live. I think I'm live. Hi guys. Always takes a second to go live. Go ahead and let me know when you can hear me in the chat. I've been having internet problems all day. I have no idea what's going on. My internet is like super lagging, so hopefully everything goes good. It still hasn't gone live yet. Wow, the delay is like super long. I have it on my phone so I can hear it when it goes live. It hasn't gone yet. I'm just gonna keep staring at you guys. Okay, Sheena, you can hear me. Perfect. Oh, you guys, it went live for you guys before it went live for me. I wonder what's going on with my phone. Still not live over here. All right, well, we'll go ahead and get started. What's going on my end? Oh, there it is. Okay, I'm finally live. Okay. All right, guys. Sorry for the delay on this video. I know I was pretty much like talking about it for 2 months straight. Pretty much since the end of the last rabbit hole, the one where we talked about Russia and Ukraine and the Artemis mission. And all that jazz that was happening earlier in like the first half of, I guess it was still actually autumn, really, like kicking off what I was calling the winter rituals. And I said in that video that I had a feeling that things were going to continue to ramp up because the astrology is just far out crazy, especially for the like powers that want to be, or the powers that have been, for, you know, America and the Bavarian Illuminati. They're having their Pluto return. We're also having huge planets shift signs. Jupiter moved into Aries in December, and then March is really going to have some big shifts as well. And so I was like, I have a feeling things are going to keep kicking off, and they did. And then, you know, Mars was retrograde, and Mercury was retrograde, like all up on my chart, you guys. Like, my chart went from being aspected in such a way that like I legitimately could not move, and I was just like revisiting information and compiling this freaking narrative here. But I like literally could not move, and I couldn't pull myself out of the rabbit hole and like do all the stuff I was supposed to be doing. Like, I'm very far behind on like client work and like emails and DMs and like all of these very Gemini things, right? And my chart went from being aspected in such a way that like I literally couldn't move. I was just like in the rabbit hole, to like this very penetrating detective aspects, to where my Mercury's being aspected in such a way to where I'm like, I'm gonna get to the bottom of this. And I do, like, if we had done this video yesterday like I had planned, I hadn't tied everything all together. Like, I had all these different tangents, but I hadn't really tied it all together. And then like yesterday, as I was procrastinating actually making the slides for this, I just kept going back in the rabbit hole. And through those particular procrastination rabbit hole dives, it all clicked. And I was like, oh my gosh, okay, I think I actually know what it is that they're trying to do. This video is titled, I don't know, I can't see it, something along the lines of rabbit hole, exposing winter rituals. Oh my god, my cats are going nuts, knocking things over. We will for sure be interrupted by some sort of animals at some point tonight. My dog is not in here yet, and she usually is. And the cats, oh my god, they're just insane. This is like the best hour of the day for like me and my kids, but not so much for the cats. So it says exposing winter rituals, and then in quotations, you have no power over me, which is a quote. I was going to have it say, I see you, you have no power over me, which would be quoting two different movies, Avatar, which we're going to touch on here tonight, and The Labyrinth, which does not like come up in this rabbit hole at all, but I feel like it's perfect for what it is that I'm trying to do here, which is to expose that which is being done in the shadows, because when you can see something, you know its name, you see it for what it is, it loses any sort of power that it would have over you. So that's a line from The Labyrinth when she's like in this labyrinth of her own like subconscious and unconscious, and the Goblin King, David Bowie, which I mean, I guess he does technically fit into the rabbit hole because he too, for a while there, was a follower of Crowley, but technically he doesn't fit in here. But so she's in this labyrinth, right, and there's all these illusions, and for a while she's like fighting against whatever sort of illusion it is, and then she realizes that this isn't real, and all she has to say is like, I see this illusion, I see this spell for what it is, it has no power over me. And so like that's the point of, you know, where we're going here today. I don't want to be like fear mongering or like doomsday. If you stay long enough, you'll see how I actually think that like their spells or their rituals are failing and have been failing, and that I really do see like their downfall in the future. But yeah, it's gonna be a long and winding road, you guys. We are going back to like the end of that last video, which was November 17th. So we're going to cover the past 2 months of shenanigans, which is quite a lot. I didn't really have a perspective of just how much it was, and like even revisiting my notes, I can see how I was like beating around the bush of where I eventually got. It's so funny, like the archetypes were present the entire time. But we're going back to November, and we're going to cover from November to like present day. I have legitimately over 100 slides, you guys, over 100 slides, which have multiple screenshots of stories on each slide. And I cut out a lot of stuff too. That's like a cut down version. So it's going to be really long. I'm going to try to cover as much as I can here tonight. I'm going to try to do like a hyper focus, like let's do like multiple hours, you know? But I have a feeling that it's just like a big grandiose task that I don't think even I can accomplish. So I think this will probably be split into 2 videos. I'll probably do another one this weekend. So we're just going to dive in. Let me touch base with you guys in the chat, and then I'll share my screen and we'll dive in. I see everybody in here saying that they can hear me. They got notifications. Hi, Amanda. Hi, Tosca. If you want to look at how certain planets are affecting you or aspects, you can book a reading. My books are closed until after the spring, but if you book one now, you'll be one of the first ones in the spring. Okay. Oh my god, you guys, I cannot believe how much fucking shit I have here. It's insane. It's insane. Like, literally, I feel like an insane person. Hi, Anissa. Labyrinth, yeah, if you haven't seen Labyrinth is a really, really, really good one. And yeah, we're kind of mixing a rabbit hole video with a B&B video. So I definitely have my bong for this one because it's going to be a long one. Okay, what am I doing? I'm trying to share my screen, which is what I'm not doing. All right, yeah, it's going to be late, you guys. It's going to be late. I warned Eddie ahead of time. All right, so I wish I could have fit more things here on this slide. Oh, this is a picture of Jack Parsons that is not showing up for whatever reason. Sometimes it does that. He's kind of like one of the most important archetypes of this whole fucking narrative. I would really like his picture. Thank you. Oh my god. Okay, there. Okay, so a couple things about the thumbnail before we get in. One, I realized at the last minute that I used an old picture of the doomsday clock. So this was the one they set during like COVID times to 100 seconds to midnight, apparently. It was the one that image looked the nicest and brightest and clearest. That's why I picked this one. But it's actually been set to 90 seconds to midnight. We'll get there towards the end of this rabbit hole. Definitely wanted to point out that correction. But we're going to be going a lot of places. And we're going to be talking about how, you know, CERN kicked back on during the spring. And that was the last time I was really like diving into the rabbit hole and being like, there's fuckery afoot, you know, although I always see the fuckery here and there, little bits. But that was the last time I was like, wow, a lot of things seem to be connected, you know, CERN and Stranger Things and, you know, a lot of things that were happening around that time, the Georgia Guidestones, you know, the weird stuff at the dam, all of this, the Kate Bush stuff, that freaking song going viral, all of those different things seem to be connected. And they were like connected to the kickstart of the CERN program kicking back up after a multiple year break. And particularly around the peak, which happened in the spring when the experiment turned back on. But like the particles were just building up speed. Collisions didn't start until right around the 4th of July, right around the Sirius alignments and all of that stuff that I was diving into back then. And, you know, we talked a lot about the Kate Bush song and like this concept of like running up the hill to make a deal with God. And I'm like, what kind of God, you know? And I floated the idea that they were like, you know, opening some sort of fucking portal to this other realm, right? Well, it seems like these winter rituals seem to be more about like the summoning of something from an opened portal. And we see a lot of the same imagery coming back up that we saw back during like the spring and summer rituals. We just see it coming from a different perspective. So we're gonna cover a bunch of stuff. I'm just gonna kind of dive in. It's like chronological. I do have like tangent rabbit holes that happened over on like Discord with Patreon members or like in DMs and stuff. So I'm gonna do my best, but we're gonna be talking a lot about later in the end these like occult legend, which is like the best way to put it, because every time you hear somebody talk about the Babylon workings that Parsons and L. Ron Hubbard did in the 40s to kind of like bring through the incarnation of the whore of Babylon, who would then give birth to like pretty much the Antichrist or whatever. Every time you hear people talk about these, which supposedly are like heavily well documented, but I don't know. I have several books that claim to touch on the subject, and they don't. They gloss over a lot of different parts. And then I did a bunch of different research on this yesterday, and like everybody kind of tells it a little bit different. But we're gonna touch on how I think we're kind of in the midst of a summoning ritual, and the incarnation of AI, pretty much, and a kind of like takeover of AI and this flood of technology and advancements in science and all of these different things happening in a very, very, very short window. Like, this is 2 months, you guys. It's kind of mind-blowing. But we're just going to go ahead and get into it. This is the video that kind of kick-started this whole thing. Definitely make sure you guys watch this before. A lot of you guys did. So I think if you're here now, you probably already watched this. In this video, I was really touching a lot on the Artemis mission and the focus on the like flipping or the inverting of the feminine. You know, Artemis having come first before Apollo, but in the mythology, they are twins, Artemis being the goddess of the moon and Apollo being the god of the sun. Artemis was born first, and she then became the first ever midwife and helped her mother to give birth to her brother, Apollo. But in the missions, she comes second. This will also be the next launch will be the first to ever have a woman go to the moon, showing the woman as like second, as opposed to primordial, as opposed to coming first. I talked a lot about the like inversion or the erasure of the feminine during this video. At the time, I did not know why. I mean, I know that they're trying to erase our connection to the mother, the goddess, nature in favor of science and, you know, artificial wombs and medicalization and all of these different things. That is obvious. But at the time, I wasn't really sure so much how they were going to use her for the rest of this ritual. And what this really was the preparation of the goddess for this like next leg of the journey. So we're gonna head in there. Yeah, I like Artemis a lot too. Yeah, the Leviathan would, I guess, kind of count as this. It's the like lower energy summoning of the beast. There's so many different archetypes that they use to represent this like opposition, right? So this was immediately after that last video. Like, I hung up with you guys. I'm up, not sleeping, and I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna watch Gigi Young's latest Mars Mysteries stuff. I had told you guys to watch it. I have seen a couple of them. They're pretty freaking good. And I clicked on this one, Occult Mars, and, you know, I guess I had only even gotten to here, and I was already just blown away at how she was pretty much saying all of the same things that I am saying about, you know, this transhumanist push for Mars and the sort of erasure and inversion and attack on the feminine, which cuts our connection from our innate natural mother, and it then allows for a connection to a new mother, an inorganic mother, a technological mother, a transhumanist matrix. Matrix literally means mother. Like, that's literally what the word means. I've been meaning to do a post about this for a while, about how we should really stop using that word as a derogatory term, because it literally means womb. It literally means mother. And so in Latin. And so to use that as a catch-all term for this control system, for this Borg hive mind, is yet again, an attack on the divine feminine. But we see November and the period around the Artemis launch really have a lot to do with the divine feminine. Oh my God, we see it everywhere. We talked a lot about it in the last video, and then we're going to touch on some more things that came up. First, there was a discovery in Egypt. Now, these things happen like way in the past, okay? This discovery probably happened a year ago, 6 months ago, like a significant period ago. Just like advancements in science, you know, when they're like, oh, we just made a wormhole. Like, oh my God, we just discovered this particle. Like, they discovered it whenever. That's when they're actually announcing it to the public. They choose specific times for these announcements. And so this just so happened to be the 100th anniversary of the unearthing of King Tut's tomb. And they just so happened to discover a tomb nearby his that houses over 300 mummies and the pyramid of an unknown queen. Again, the divine feminine coming back up. This concept of an unknown queen, or being able to like rewrite someone's story or someone's narrative, as you'll see in the next slide. This dude, whose name I can't remember off the top of my head, but I legit trust this guy 0%. Every single documentary I have seen with him, oh my gosh, I agree with nothing he has to say. And anytime he is like presented with some sort of like alternative theory, he shoots it down. He's very by the book academia. Even like the date they have for King Tut, you know, it starts in 1333. They really love King Tut imagery, and the announcements around King Tut in particular are often used as like added layer to their rituals, right? At the exact same time, they were claiming that they perhaps found Cleopatra's tomb as well. I read up on that, and apparently they can't, of course, prove it, and it's more just like some like baseless theory that all of these mainstream news sources just kept reporting all at the same time. So they're saying like this discovery would rewrite history. It's like they're really trying to like rewrite the divine feminine narrative in some way. This was again on the 17th, you know, while we're paying attention to like Balenciaga and the shit with Kanye, the shit that comes a little bit later with Andrew Tate, like all of these different things, really big moves were being made behind the scenes. One of which was the G20 summit that we talked about in the last video. All of these leaders from across the world pretty much signed vaccine passports into like law. I mean, it's not really a law, but like into what is the word they're using here? They adopted it to facilitate all international travel. So it's the WHO who I guess will determine what we need to travel, and I guess it doesn't even just cut off with the COVID vaccine and the COVID booster, but it's like open-ended as to, you know, future health concerns. But that was happening behind the scenes, and people were very much not touching on it at all. This is about that queen that they supposedly found with those 300 mummies. They say they don't really know anything about her, but that her name was Neith. Like, how do you know that? Like, where? They don't talk about any sort of carvings. They don't talk about anything. They just make these, like, blanket statements. On the 18th, CERN started its ion experiments. So I'm going to show here in a couple of slides what the CERN Hadron Collider actually looks like. it looks like a 6, a 6, a 6, and then it goes into a circle. That circle is the like final part of the experiment that takes it kicks off in the spring, and collisions really start in the summer, and then it ends in the winter. And this last bit is it going through the Alice part of the Hadron Collider. And this is when it has its ion experiments, which is the last part of the test. I'm not pretending like I really understand what it is that they are fucking doing there or what any of this really means, but I find the tie-in with the Wheel of the Year so significant, because they kick off as this like spark of a beginning of an experiment in spring, just like astrology does with the spark of Aries, with this like birth of the zodiac. Their experiments peak in summer at the peak of light when their collisions start, and then they slow down from there, collecting all of their data, and then in the winter they like hibernate, but really they're preparing for this next launch. I had heard that they shut down their experiments to conserve energy like on the grid for the war in the Ukraine, but I guess I misread that. That's what they're planning to do next year. Not shut it down, but like run at less speed. So I thought that they were shut down and then turning back on for the ion experiments. That is not accurate. So these are really massive experiments that happen every year at the end of their run. We're in run 3 right now, before the winter shutdown. They're literally trying to recreate the Big Bang underground. They're creating energy that's 100,000 times hotter than the center of our sun for part of each year, during the hottest part of the year, during the peak of the light. It's almost like they're trying to override nature by being its own little like wheel of the year and controlling it in such a way. Interesting that you guys down under would be flip-flopped. So you guys could really be the like opposition to this energy. But like I said, they're trying to recreate the energy that happens right around the Big Bang, this spark of life, and these particles that are responsible for creation and destruction. They're studying, black holes and dark matter and all of the mysteries of physics and our reality, right? I forgot about this COVID variant. You guys, in the past 2 months, they have tried to float 2 different COVID variant names. And during the summer rituals, they had their little COVID variant name, Centaurus. And so apparently back in November, they tried to float Hellhound as the new COVID variant. Later, they came with the Kraken, which is a similar energy. It's a beast that comes up from the abyss. In Greek mythology, the Hellhound is also in Greek mythology. Sometimes it's seen as the 3-headed dog that Orpheus meets when he goes down into the underworld. It's one of the pets of Hades and Persephone. We see the same archetype in Harry Potter when he goes down into the Chamber of the Secrets and he sees Fluffy, the 3-headed dog. And he has to play music or a harp. Orpheus does the same thing in the Greek myth to distract this hellhound. Sometimes Hecate's dogs are considered to be hellhounds. But obviously it's a reference to a beast from hell, ultimately. Which is what I think that this whole thing is about, summoning, except for it's not really like hell per se. It's very much AI influence. It's very much technologically influenced, and it has this transhumanist undertone to it. So, every year, except for the years that CERN is shut down, they're doing these big experiments where they're creating this massive amount of energy underground in Switzerland. And this has a spiritual, archetypal, and energetic consequence. They are recreating the Big Bang, this spark of life, this spark of creation. This is a giant manifestation spell. That's ultimately what I think CERN is. It's a giant manifestation spell. And we have to ask ourselves what it is that they're creating. And so we have to see what is tied to these key parts of the experiment, which isn't just an experiment, it's a ritual. And we're going to see here how these science experiments, like, this sounds crazy, right? I'm like, oh, you're fucking science experiment that like tons of well-renowned scientists and engineers and people from all across the globe, from all these different countries, are a part of, is a giant black magic spell. Like, all those people would have to be in on it. Like, no. It was originated as this, just like we see in rocketry. And we'll get into that here tonight as we get into Jack Parsons and Caltech, and how these rockets shooting into space, like, very much originated as like phallic symbols and like giant sex magic rituals. Just like we see with like obelisks and things like that in the past. This is a more advanced version of it. CERN itself is very strongly rooted in the occult. We talk about this in my CERN video extensively. The Dark Journalist has some fabulous videos where he ties it to the Orphic Circle, which is a mystery school stream that he seems to have more of a positive lens on. I don't know how he can come to that conclusion, but it's a mystery school stream whose focus is on young girls that like are aged around like 19 to 14 years old, which is supposedly the most in tune psychically time of our life, like where we're just like a natural channel. Probably also has a lot to do with like virginity, since they're doing rituals as well. But CERN was partially started by people like Ada Lovelace, who is a member of the Orphic Circle, and occultists. We talk in the CERN video about how they've had people stay there, how they've had rituals out front there, who they've had artists stay for over a year channeling this very disturbing tarot deck that focuses on transhumanism and quantum computing and AI takeover and ultimate apocalypse. So CERN itself is very strongly rooted in the occult. I mean, we can see in their symbol a 666. I mean, it is the shape of the Hadron Collider. But it's a giant spell. A lot of these science experiments are, these realms all overlap. And reading and studying Jack Parsons over the past couple of months, I didn't really know why I was studying him, but now I'm like, oh, it all ties back to him ultimately. Reading and studying him and his time here in California, Pasadena, during the 40s, and his like somewhat of a like commune of a house that he lived in, mansion, with all kinds of people, from physicists to occultists to science fiction writers to people in the film industry. They were all living together, and they were all part of the OTO and other sort of mystery school streams. So to think that it originated, rooted in this, rocketry, even, the scientists that we get from the Nazis as well, they were rooted in the occult. Pretty much everything Hitler did was had some sort of occult significance. And so to think that all of these organizations and all of these fields originated with this occult interest to, one, understand the workings of nature, two, control nature and bend it to our will. To think that started with this occult influence, but that it doesn't have it today is just a little ridiculous. But yeah, I definitely recommend, because we were going to go off on a whole Alice tangent, and we will. She pops back around a lot. The Alice archetype is very strongly rooted to not only MK Ultra, which we see come out of Caltech and a lot of other universities, but it's rooted in the Orphic Circle. The author of Alice in Wonderland, Alice Through the Looking Glass, is Lewis Carroll, and he too was an occultist, a mathematician and an occultist, and he really liked kids. A lot of people seem to think that it was a platonic relationship. Something just tells me that's probably not the case. But even Alice and Alice in Wonderland is based off of, some say Emma Britton, and some say this girl whose name was actually literally Alice Little. Both members of the Orphic Circle, a mystery school stream that he was a member of that really focused on children, young girls between the ages of 9 and 14, and they used mesmerism, which we talked about in the last rabbit hole stream when we were talking about the Centaurus strain and that image that they used on Twitter to announce it, of that guy mesmerizing or hypnotizing a patient. And we dove all into mesmerism and mind control. Mesmerism and hypnotism and trance mediumship and these sort of occult rituals done on young girls in order to influence them and open them up to channel certain entities or information. That was the specialty of the Orphic Circle, which is something that Lewis Carroll was a member of, who wrote Alice in Wonderland, and the people surrounding around the creation of CERN itself were also members of the Orphic Circle. And so around this time, I don't know, sometime in November, I was like, okay, we're in the midst of some sort of Orphic Circle ritual, very focused on this left-hand path, this exerting your will, bending things to your will. And there's very much a focus on children. Around this time, a lot of stuff was coming out about Balenciaga, just pedophilia in general. And I was like, okay, and it seemed like it was flooding the mainstream news. And I was like, it's almost like they really want us focused on this archetype right now. And it was really giving me just a connection to the Alice narrative and this connection to children and using children as a vessel, which is, ultimately where this rabbit hole does end. But it takes a really long time to get there. So this was towards the end of the CERN experiments, and I'm like, all right, well, there's a CERN asteroid and there's an Alice asteroid. Let's look and see where those fuckers are. And so I pulled a chart, and and I immediately noticed that the Alice asteroid, fell in Scorpio, which is the realm of the hidden, of the occult, of the mysteries. It is conjunct the South Node, which has a lot to do with our karmic past. And it's sitting opposite Uranus and the North Node. Uranus literally represents high-tech, futuristic technology, and the North Node is like where humanity is headed. So at the time of the Alice experiments, like she was literally aligned with humanity's karmic past, which is rooted very strongly in like hidden agendas and the occult, and where humanity as a collective is going, which is very strongly rooted in the Uranian archetype, which is simultaneously advancements in technology, high technology, but also the awakening process, the path to liberation, the path to freedom, right? Let's see, what did I write here? So the asteroid CERN falls over here in Gemini, which is the realm of information and communication, but it's retrograde, along with Mars, which was also retrograde at the time. Mars will end up stationing direct in January, which it did like a week ago, about a few degrees away from the CERN asteroid, right around the month that the experiments end, and then it will station direct. This means that all of our Sagittarius transits, because it was Sag season during this time, they all oppose CERN at some point during Sag season. And this was while they were getting their data for the entire experiment and then also disseminating it out to the public, which they did on like December 1st. So this is Mars preparing to station direct right on top of CERN and in opposition to Alice. If you want to know more about CERN, I recommend watching the video I did in July, where I talked about CERN and this like concept of the spell, and then also the frequency rabbit hole that I did. It's titled something along the lines of like, how much do you really know about Schumann? Spoiler alert, he was a Nazi, the dude that the Schumann residence is named after. So we continue to see this sort of ritualistic display of the divine feminine alongside like phallic symbols, whether it be rockets of Artemis or this missile. This is Kim Jong-un in North Korea. And it says here that he is unveiling his daughter for the first time ever. Look at how old this chick is. She's about as tall as him. And this is the first time anybody has ever seen her. But he's not really unveiling her because he didn't actually provide like her name or age or anything. He only identified her as his beloved daughter because it's not really about introducing her to the world. It's about using her as this symbol for the divine feminine, right? And so I was like, yeah, it definitely feels like we're in some sort of Alice Orphic circle ritual. And I think that there's like every mystery school around every single high holiday, whether it's a solstice or an equinox or a significant planetary alignment, they're all, doing their spells. And so I can really see an overlay of like Orphic circle influence. You can definitely see the influence of the Masonic order and the like Bavarian Illuminati order as we go through here as well. I'm not convinced they all aren't working together, but the more you study the occult and esoterica, the more you realize that nobody really agrees, and everybody who was like buddies at some point in time and like started an order or a society. They all ended up like fighting at some point, thinking each other is like a fraud or crazy, starting their own, splitting off. Like nobody really agrees, even in like the public mystery school streams, that I would wage a bet that it's the same in like the underground, like the ones we don't really know about, like, you know, mutiny. But I think that perhaps they have also kind of come to the realization that to get through this next test, these Pluto returns, to get through this, I think that they're starting to work more together, and just kind of make it look like they're opposing each other. But we'll get there later. So anyway, Kim Jong-un showing his daughter rockets. The same time that Biden's granddaughter got married. We'll get there later. You know, a lot of talk of Mars, like a lot of talk about Elon's plans for Mars over the course of the Artemis mission. Like people, like you would have thought we were actually going to Mars. Like people weren't really focused on the moon. They were focused on what the moon was going to birth for them, which is the Mars mission. And you know, they're really trying to manifest that into reality. This is the Instagram for the Alice part of the CERN experiments. They had not posted anything since July 5th, which was the Sirius alignment, when the Hadron Collider was turned back on. It was also when the Georgia Guidestones were destroyed. After multiple years of shutdown, this was like their last post. It was back in July, and they had not posted anything until November. I guess it would be November 17th, when they posted the LGBTQ plus flag for STEM Day. And it was very much a focus on like STEM in youth and STEM in minorities. And you know, I'm floating the idea here that this spell is really about the inversion of both the masculine and the feminine, and archetypally speaking, the trans movement is really a perfect metaphor for that sort of flip, right? And so I found it interesting that that's what they, you know, chose to post. And then immediately the Alice experiments post. So they posted those two things. I had just kind of talked about, you know, the sort of focus on the inversion and the flip of the polarities. I see later in this rabbit hole about how it's probably connected very much so to like this concept of flipping the poles, of a pole shift, and of ultimate doomsday. Like they're ultimately in the midst of like an apocalypse, doomsday, antichrist ritual, and they're like laying the archetypal blueprint. This is still kind of early on in that narrative. For the record, I have like no problem with anybody's lifestyle at all. I do have a problem with it in like schools being pushed on kids and whatnot, but I'm speaking from an archetypal perspective and this concept of like flipping and inverting, right? Right around the same time that like Kim Jong-un is displaying his daughter but like really not introducing her, Biden is having his granddaughter get married at the White House, which I guess is like only happened a handful of times and hasn't really happened for a really long time. So it was kind of, I guess, a significant moment. But again, I was like, this focus on the future on children, on their bloodlines, on their lineage, but specifically the divine feminine part of that. This is a post of mine from a while ago. Like, everything's a ritual, whether we are conscious of it or not. And, you know, people probably out there think that I read too far into things. And, you know, that's a fair statement. Blame my chart. It's kind of coded into my very essence. But it's a fair statement. But I can speak as somebody who is a student of the esoteric spiritual dimension. I don't do anything unintentionally. If I'm going to like launch something specific, if I am going to do anything of anything, really, like things are picked for specific days, specific like signs and synchronicities that speak to me, whether it's like a personal number sequence that like resonates to some birthday or whatnot, or a specific day or a specific celestial alignment or a lunation or this or that. And I encode a lot of like symbolism into my everyday experience. And so I know that they are too, because that's just what you do when you start to live intentionally, when you start to understand that you influence your reality and that everything you do is a ritualistic act, whether you are conscious of it or not. And so sometimes a lot of these things are done unconsciously, and you can dig in deep and you can see the archetypal blueprint that is laying out, that is bubbling up from the either this person or the collective unconscious. So whether things are being done intentionally or unconsciously, everything is a ritual. Okay? I see you guys in here, so yes, that's the name of the dog. Sarah, I don't know how to pronounce that, but yes, that is the name of the dog. What happens to the children born at the moment they initiate their artificial spark? So I talk about this in my CERN video about how we live in a realm of duality and that every action has an equal and opposite reaction. So whatever sort of like nefarious, controlling spell they are trying to manifest through like any of their fuckery has an equal and opposite reaction that like ripples out within the collective psyche. And so that's why they have to simultaneously employ mind control tactics and fluoride and pharmaceutical mind control substances and distractions and, you know, TikTok and like all of these different things to keep us in such a low frequency that we can't really tap into the opposition of whatever it is that they're doing. We live in a realm of duality. So however they can try to like swing the poles into specific polarities to make ones dominant and like flip the poles as much as they'd like, but nature always wins, you know? And you can see it happening. The more they push forward with all of the shit, the more we wake up. The more people who wake up around us, the more people who are seeing the bullshit, because it has this ripple effect. And so that's why they had to push so hard to get everybody like injected with this nanotechnology, which is based in mind control. That's why they had to blanket the world with 5G frequencies. That's why they have HARP. That's why they're working on the space fence and the Starlink satellites to like literally blanket us in these like controlling frequencies, because they know that their experiments will backfire ultimately. question that prevails after knowing all this: what can we do about it? So I said this in the beginning. The point of this and the reason why things are done in the shadows, the reason why things are done in behind a hidden hand, the reason why things are done through the like mask of illusion, making something look like something else, like, oh, this is just a Super Bowl halftime show. This certainly isn't a occult ritual, you know what I mean? The reason why these are done like that is because when we are ignorant to it, we unwittingly lend our energy to things. But once we can see something for what it is, like the title of this video, you have no power over me. That's a quote from The Labyrinth when she's being trapped within this like labyrinth of her unconscious by this goblin king who's trying to like literally like kidnap her forever and make her stay there forever, and also kidnap her baby brother. She remembers the power that she has, and she realizes that this is all being projected from her mind and that it's an illusion. And she makes the statement, like, pretty much, I see you for what you are. You have no power over me. And it loses its power. That's why this video and all of my content is so censored. Like, I love this. Okay, so this is an example of how every action has an equal and opposite reaction. Okay, these are my stories in my Instagram, right? If you guys have followed me for a while, you know I'm like super ADHD. I'm like constantly jumping into different rabbit holes and then wanting to share it with the internet. It's kind of my jam. And so, you know, these are stories in my Instagram, and if people actually saw them, they would have just stayed as stories in my Instagram, but they censor my stories so much to where like pretty much only 100 of you guys see them on a regular basis, which is significantly shadow banned. I have like over 20,000 followers, and 100 people see my stories. And it used to be a lot more, but not very many. Like my stuff is very censored. So that's an action, right? The algorithm is censoring my work because of the shit that I say. And then an equal and opposite reaction is like, oh, okay, well, I'm just going to screenshot these, and now I'm going to go give long-winded explanations about every single thing I was thinking at the time of posting this to the internet on a different platform, so you can suck it, Instagram, type of a thing. So, I don't know. But yeah, once you see it, things lose power over you. Mika says we need people who read too far into things. We can always pull back, and the more you study real esoterica, the more you realize how much of all this occult shit and entities are huge. A huge part of this reality. Mika says she never sees my stories. Yeah, nobody sees my stories. Okay, so this is when I started kind of revisiting previous rabbit holes that I had been in. And I started really seeing how the stuff that was initiated in the spring and the summer was like culminating now. And I was revisiting the like Stranger Things narrative and just the archetype of Alice and things like that. Okay? So, I wrote here, what is this? This is in late November. I was like, okay, so CERN is currently retrograde in Gemini. It's like the end of its experiment too. Gemini is this realm of two. It literally represents two worlds, this split, this duality. Mars and CERN were both retrograde, so going backwards in Gemini, that realm of two. And they were moving towards an opposition to Alice, which is in Scorpio, the underworld, wonderland. And I wrote here, Is this a ritual of the upside down, like in Stranger Things? And I was looking up I never watched Stranger Things, you guys. I can just tell from the trailers how much shit is in there. It's way too scary. I cannot. But I've read a lot of the fandom. And so I was reading about the upside down and how it is this like parallel alternate dimension, which is literally what CERN says. They're trying to like pierce through into parallel alternate dimensions. That's like literally what they say they're trying to do. And it has this race of humanoid predators that are on the other side in this upside down world, that is a perfect copy of November 6th, 1983. And this was in November. And I was like, oh, this even is tied to November. How interesting. But they talk about these like alien veins, these membranes, and these spores, which comes back up once I start diving into some of these words here. Particularly this word literally means like veins, wires. So I was reading up on the Alice experiments and I noticed a couple of things. One, you can see how they had to try really hard to get this word to be Alice, right? They literally call it a Large Ion Collider Experiment. I don't even think that A is necessary. It should be called Large Ion Collider Experiment. They tried to make it into this word because they were trying to harness the Alice archetype, which is so very rooted in the initiations that happen in the underworld. Gigi Young has a really fabulous video where she talks about the Alice in Wonderland archetype, some of its like historical occult connections, and how it is like a modern day version of the Persephone mythology or the Psyche mythology, this divine feminine initiation into the unconscious, into that like wonderland, mirrorland, and then back out again. And it is very strongly tied to, like I said, that like realm of the occult. I had never realized before that they actually have 8 different experiments inside the Large Collider, with Alice being the final one. And so in the spring, the particles go into this first little circle. They go into this first 6. And they spin around here for a while. We talked about this in the last video. I have the dates all mapped out. They spin around here for a while. And then they go into this second 6. And they spin around here. And then they go into this third. And they spin this third 6. And they spin around here. And then here in the Atlas chamber or whatever is where the sparks start to happen in the summer. And they do that for a significant amount of time, and then they move into this final one, which is the Alice chamber. But there is actually 8 different experiments throughout this whole entire year of study, and it has 8 different different studies. They study different things, and I found this interesting because CERN's experiment is tied to the wheel of the year, like I've already laid out. In the spring it starts, in the summer it peaks, in the fall it starts to wind down, and in the winter it's shut down. It's literally tied to the wheel of the year, which has 8 spokes. And so I was like, interesting that it actually has 8 experiments, because it speaks even more to my theory that it is like an inorganic control system, and it's like plugged into like quantum computing and like all of these things. I really do think it's trying to override this. That's my theory. I wrote here, I never realized that the Large Hadron Collider actually consists of 8 different detectors, which all collect data on different parts of the experiment. 8 being such a significant number to them. We're going to touch on 8 so much here, and I go into it in depth in my Lionsgate video, which I hope you've watched. It's on YouTube. It's tied, of course, to the Lion's Gate, but also the 8 points of the Wheel of the Year, like I have displayed here, which tracks the seasons, of which this experiment seems to be tied to, starting in the spring, peaking in the summer, shutting down in the winter. It's a giant year-long spell, with Alice being the final circle after this 666, and then it goes into a circle, which spells are literally done in circles. So Alice is the final circle after this 666. It's the last part of the spell that starts in the spring, yada, yada, yada. So, we know what Alice means, and so I started to kind of dive into some of these other names. I already know Atlas is, of course, the king of Atlantis, and that this is, an echo of, Atlantean technology, or just like the advancements of society ultimately being our downfall. I'm not sure they had a Hadron Collider in Atlantis, but who the fuck knows anymore? But just the mirror of our sort of advancements back then, I think it probably had a lot more to do with like literal sorcery as opposed to technological sorcery. But these advancements of power, of control, that ultimately is our downfall. You guys remember how much I was talking about Georgia? It comes back up so many fucking times in this rabbit hole. We already had the Georgia Guidestones blow up back then. CERN, not CERN, Stranger Things is filmed in Georgia. The weird stuff with the election was happening in Georgia, and I was like, oh, what the heck? And it comes up multiple times throughout here. But I wrote here, let's not forget how closely tied the geography of Georgia is to the writings of Plato as well, particularly the war between Athens and Atlantis that took place right before the flood. We see this sort of concept of a war between like mystery school streams come up many times throughout here, between like the left-hand path and the right-hand path, or as Aleister Crowley says in his stupid book, which we'll touch on here, The Moonchild, the wars between white magicians and black magicians. He plays a white magician, one of the good guys in that book, which I think is hilarious. He's like, I'm an antichrist, I'm the beast, but I'm a white magician. But his occultism is focused very much on the will. It is focused very much on the embodiment of your light. It has a lot to do with the ego and the light and the will. But anyway, all of these archetypes come back up again later. I also looked up, of course, what these two words mean, because they looked like they were actual words. I know what a totem is already, but I put it here for shits and giggles. It's an object of spiritual significance, right? Some sort of totem or idol that is worshipped or symbolic in origin. And then a phaser is another word for fiber, which means a string or a wire or a thread, which then just again makes me think of how the upside down is portrayed in Stranger Things. Trump's back on the internet, you guys. We see him come up a lot during these rituals. We saw him during the summer ones. His Mar-a-Lago was rated on 8-8. We see him very strongly tied to the 8s that keep repeating over and over and over again. Biden more so to the 33, and him more so to the 8-8. It's even their like little text to vote numbers. His is 33, his is 88. Trump is following 8 people on Instagram, and I guess he's almost up to 88 on Twitter. He hasn't actually tweeted anything yet. People have projected that it's waiting for the 88, and then once he has 88 million or 1,000 followers. He'll tweet. Who knows? I'm not really looking forward to hearing him again, but he's back. Elon Musk restored him on Twitter, and then recently, within the last day or so, he's back on both Meta platforms as well. My lovely astrologer friend noticed that this happened right as Mars retrograde in Gemini, which literally governs communication, information, and the internet, transited over his 22-degree sun. And I wrote here that that's super interesting because that also aligns with Orion's belt, which we were talking about in the last part of this rabbit hole. So we see a lot of UFO shit popping up throughout this whole thing, even more so later at the end. And at the time, I was like, okay, you know, I know this is part of this next leg of the agenda. You know, they're really pushing the narrative of like either advanced technology coming from other countries being some sort of threat that's like a UFO or UAP or type of a thing, or this sort of Project Bluebeam, this sort of threat from the skies, and so we'll need, you know, whatever sort of controlling infrastructure to fight this, right? I realized later why the UFO stuff was coming up so much in the narrative. So I'll just wait to kind of touch on that until it makes sense. But at this point in time, I was just like, okay, this makes a lot of sense. And it's interesting because it's all of the mainstream news sources decided to post about this at the exact same time, but they were posting about something that had happened like weeks prior, you know? And when this happens, when like everything from the Air Force Times to Fox News, NPR, like when everybody posts about a UFO topic like this at the same time, it's because it somehow feeds the narrative, right? But the FBI Air Force agents mysteriously raided the house of a guy who like runs some Area 51 blog, and everybody felt the need to tell us about this. I was like, okay, this is really strange that all of these mainstream news organizations are reporting about this, and well, this has to be part of some sort of space ritual. And well, it's interesting that they also threw in here on this news thread the 8/8 Trump raid that happened on the Lionsgate in Florida. And then they also just randomly put these other articles like about the Trump one, and then also this like random thing about Tesla's missing files. I'm like, these are really interesting things to throw in here on Google when like I think all I typed in to find this was Area 51 blog. Because I had seen somebody post about this and I wanted to go read the article. And interesting things that they threw in here, right? So it just kind of shows you that, you know, the Dark Journalist has done a lot of videos showing how Trump's uncle was literally the dude who took Tesla's missing files after Tesla died, working for the FBI at the time. And that it's believed that like Trump took some of these like UFO files connected to his uncle and Tesla, and that's what the FBI was looking for. I don't know if that's remotely true, but it's interesting that they put this here, the Mar-a-Lago raid, and then also this like random History Channel article from May 3rd, 2018 about Tesla's missing files on Google. I'm like, oh, okay. And so, yeah, I show here about how it's being used ritualistically. From what I gather, this raid was done on November 3rd, and we hear nothing about it until November 17th, the day after that rocket left for outer space, meaning the Artemis launch. then all major news organizations, including the Air Force Times, all started reporting on this. It's part of a space ritual. It's part of a space ritual. And so I was like, okay, I just like to look up certain dates. And everything I usually can find why. Whether it's like astrological or, you know, significant for some sort of like historical or occult reason. And I was just like, you know, looking to see why they choose this specific time to switch to the Alice part of the Large Hadron Collider. Well, why do they choose this day? And the day that the Alice experiments kicked off is literally National Occult Day. November 18th is National Occult Day. I think that that's fucking hilarious. I don't know if they knew this, but it's just so scripted. Like, even if it's just bubbling up from the unconscious, the fucking archetypes, man, they speak. I wrote here that we'll discuss in this rabbit hole how Alice, both the story and the machine, is rooted strongly in the occult. And the asteroid Alice is currently in Scorpio, the sign that governs, you guessed it, the occult. I find this super interesting. If you want to know more about CERN, and particularly its connection to the occult, Alice in Wonderland, the Orphic Circle, I definitely recommend the work of the dark journalist. Gigi Young has done some things on that as well, but not as extensively as him. Yeah, and we are marked safe because we can see the bullshit, and so it has no power over us. We are not feeding ourselves to the beast like others are. You know, this is what they're working to try to manifest, is a complete technological takeover, right? A QR code, eventually a brain microchip, plugging you into the Internet of Things, where you have a carbon credit footprint, a digital currency, a digital leash, ultimately. And that's what they're really working on manifesting throughout this. But, you know, I don't think their plans are going to work as planned. I really don't. I don't. And I can be quite pessimistic, and I don't. Yeah, everybody's saying they don't see my stories. Yeah, you guys aren't going to see my stories unless you come and look for them. Like, I don't see Chonda's stories. I have to go and look for her, and she's crazy like me and posts crazy shit like this, and I never see her stories either. Okay, so these are pictures from the World Cup. We were going to have a whole big tangent where I talk all about the symbolism of the World Cup, which popped off like a side rabbit hole over on Discord. So, for those of you who are unaware, I have a Patreon. You can join Patreon for like literally anything. You can pay whatever you want. It's a sliding scale, so you can pay whatever you want. You can pay like as little as $3, maybe even less. I don't know if you could type something in. You can pay whatever you want, however much you can afford. And you'll have access to all my videos and my Discord community, where we have tons of threads where we talk about all kinds of things. And me and lovely Flora went on a very long tangent about all of the different symbolism tied to the World Cup. We're not going to get super far into that now. I'm going to try to summarize it as best I can. But these are some of the images that first kind of sparked that. This was the opening ceremony, where you see this infinity symbol, or this 8, rising out of a black cube, which of course represents that like Saturnian Borg control system. Out of this like portal vortex, there's rhythmic chants, a very strange layering of music and drumming. And it very much looks like what Jack Parsons and L. Ron Hubbard were trying to do with their 1946 Babylon workings, where they were trying to open a portal to hell, literally. This guy is responsible for our moon missions. Jack Parsons worked at Caltech, co-started the Jet Propulsion's laboratory, invented the rocket fuel that sent the first rocket to the moon. I think we still use that formula to this day. And this is the guy who is connected very strongly to Aleister Crowley and the OTO and several other mystery school streams around Pasadena. Very good friends with L. Ron Hubbard for a while until they had somewhat of a falling out. Everybody had a falling out with him. Even Aleister Crowley thought he was like too much. If Aleister Crowley thinks you are going a little overboard, like, bro, you need to check yourself. You know what I'm saying? But the Babylon workings, which we'll get into later, which again, I didn't come to this understanding until last night, which is why this was postponed, speaks to the opening of the gates of hell, which is very much like the upside down, or what CERN is trying to do with these parallel realities, to let in the incarnation of Babylon, which is a divine feminine figure meant to birth the Antichrist, right? And so I find it very interesting that we have this ritual happening at the time of this like portal opening with this infinity symbol coming out, which not only looks like the World Cup symbol, obviously that's what they were going for there, it also looks like the orbit of the Artemis mission. It also looks like the symbol for Neuralink, for Meta, and a million other things I have here on other slides. I'm just reading this and see if I want to say anything here. Oh, look at this person points out that it has these two like magnet polarities, electromagnetic polar charges, where it's like these sort of polarized forces dancing around these two poles, which I find interesting as well. Like, literally, you guys need to come over and join Patreon for the whole extra rabbit hole on this. We dove all into the symbolism behind the Argentinian team and the winner being the winner, and the weird symbolic things that were done before they were able to take the trophy, where the what is his name? It's like Lion. I am not a sports person, you guys, but his name sounds like Lion Messiah, but it's not. It's like, somebody write his name. The guy who's like the, if Aleister Crowley thinks you're going overboard, bro, yeah. What is his name? Okay, I have it pulled up over here. But as him, tying him to like the Yule goat and this sort of like death of the king and the Black Sun Society and like all of these different things. It was crazy. We had this whole rabbit hole. What is this dude's name? Somebody write it here. Messi. Yeah. Messi is his last name. He's like super famous. Everybody probably knows this guy's name and thinks I'm crazy for not knowing it. But there was all kinds of like 8 symbolism tied to the World Cup, and then weird sort of symbolic nudges towards different archetypes, like the goat. Even have his picture on top of like a bag of like Ruffles potato chips, calling him the goat. Everybody was calling him the goat. And then at the same time as like he was being crowned the goat, the greatest of all time, right? We're heading into Capricorn season, this season of the goat, and then this other soccer guy who was like the goat before him dies, or they announce his death like 2 days later. I was like, oh, that is so interesting. But we went on this whole tip about how it's like this messiah figure, and everybody was like worshiping him and idolizing him, and how the uniform for the Argentinian team is like blue and white and it has a sun on it like their flag. But his uniform was covered by this like black robe before he was able to take the trophy. And Argentina and Brazil, which both popped off over the past 2 months, are very strongly rooted in Nazi occult orders. That's where it's believed a lot of them went after World War II to survive. And so both of those South American countries are strongly rooted in Nazi orders. And so I immediately tied that to the black sun, and we see a lot of Nazi imagery pop up around this, as you would expect to happen around any sort of space ritual, because literally our entire space program was built by Nazis. Okay, it's like such a long thread. You guys need to just come and look at it. It's pretty rad. Okay, so I was very strongly tying this to this concept of the inversion of the masculine. Okay, so we had the first half of this narrative being the inversion of the feminine, and then we move into this period of inverting the masculine. We see it happen at the World Cup, the black covering up the light. And we see it happen from here on out. Andrew Tate is a really good example of the worship of the inverted masculine, which happened during this time. But we're gonna move on. What time is it, you guys? Oh, it's only 10:30. Okay, we're still only at November 24th, you guys. Lord have mercy. Okay, so late November, we have a little flash forward of a future and what that would look like in a complete technological control Borg system. And that was shown to us so beautifully from China when they decided randomly to just turn everybody's QR codes, all of their social credit scores, to red. They were literally locking people in their houses, welding it shut, and all of this footage was just flooding out for everybody to see, but really nobody really cared. A couple of us were like, wow, look at this is really crazy, but nobody really cared. Everybody was paying attention to Kanye and Balenciaga, and we're guilty of that too. We have whole threads over on Discord on the whole Balenciaga fiasco and the Kanye stuff, which is just so strange. But yeah, there's threads over on Discord on all of that. But everybody was very much distracted by the antics that were. They had Kanye out there really talking a lot about Nazis and Hitler and all of these different topics. The same time that, Macron is meeting at the CEO summit with a symbol. I mean, it's in Thailand. This is an ancient symbol, the swastika, that spans cultures. And it's symbolic of the spinning of the stars, particularly the Big Dipper, around the pole star throughout the year. And all of these ancient cultures saw this, and they all revered this as this very sacred symbol. And then in World War II, Hitler stole it from the Tibetans and flipped it around because they inverted everything and turned it into a symbol of hate. But we see it pop up a lot around this time, which ironically is the time when the sun is aligning with the pole star in the sky. And we see the swastika pop up a lot in like really bold places, like here. They had to even make a statement about this. And, Kanye's out there talking all his crazy stuff. And we have this whole Balenciaga stuff, like, come out. Like, just come out. Go mainstream to where everybody's talking about it. And, the word Balenciaga, people were breaking it down and translating it to different things. And breaking it in different ways, and apparently it can translate to two different things. One, it can translate to Baal is king, which is a Canaanite god that they tend to align with often, that is associated with child sacrifice. And it also translates to do what you want, which is very strongly aligned with Aleister Crowley's mantra of do as thou wilt, shall be the whole of the law. And so I was like, okay, this is interesting. And this is when Crowley first started to kind of make himself known, really through that Balenciaga display. But, he comes back up again here as well. Definitely check out Gigi's work, you guys. I'm a really big fan of Gigi's stuff. I don't always necessarily agree with her. I don't always agree with anybody, like literally at all. But her and the Dark Journalist are the only two where I'm just like, okay, like 80% of the stuff you just said, I'm like down with. I'm super down with. And it seems like I would love to see her chart. Oh my God, I would love to see both of their natal charts, because it seems like we're always on a similar tip. I mean, the Dark Journalist, for the most part, he's doing videos about like the latest stuff that's happening, but then he's also going deep in tying in things to like mystery school dynamics and like weird occult shit that has gone down, and these sort of ties to these different streams, right? And it always seems like the videos he's doing are so aligned with like where I'm at and the rabbit holes I'm in. And Gigi seems to be the same way. Like right after I do that video about the inversion of the feminine, the erasure of the feminine in favor of artificial wombs, one, they announce this whole artificial womb factory, which I think is in one of the next slides. And Gigi also does these fabulous video breaking down that exact same concept. Find her on YouTube. She's been doing a lot of like shorts lately, like kind of like reels. And it's fabulous. I love her work. Miko says the dark Lionel Messi. Yes. Thank you, Eric. Thank you. That's the dude. And I was like, interesting that his name is tied to both the lion and then Messi, like the Messiah. And it really seemed like he was playing this like Messiah figure. And I guess there's like all this like all of the Argentinian. So one of my lovely Patreon supporters who we went on this whole rabbit hole together, she's actually from Argentina. And so she was telling me like all of the different like Argentinian conspiracy theories about him and how like he was very sick when he was young, and so all of his like medical care was like paid for, and how he has these like very symbolic tattoos to where it seems like he has been initiated into some sort of order, and he was definitely being used as this sort of Messiah figure throughout the World Cup and the times that followed. Like there were huge, massive celebrations in Argentina after they won, in like worship and idolization of him and the team, around huge Masonic monuments and things like that. So yeah, the rabbit hole, it goes a million different places. I can't fit everything in here. But definitely check out Gigi's work. Okay, so on November 28th, which was the exact day of America's third and final pass of its Pluto return. I'm just going to make sure that that's accurate, but I'm almost positive. Yeah. On the day that America has its third and final pass of the Pluto return, CERN officially turns off. So that Alice experiment, that final part of the circle, ends, and they're like, okay, we are now hibernating until the spring. I find it very interesting, one, that happened the exact day of this third and final pass of the Pluto return. And two, it also happened on the runic day of rest. So CERN's particle collider will shut down on November 8th. It's actually 2 weeks earlier than planned. And when I heard that, I'm like, why are they doing it earlier? Like, what were they focusing on? What were they trying to align with? I think it's the Pluto return date. They claim it's to save money for the Ukraine war, to save energy for the war. So it's probably also a ritualistic nod in alignment with this World War III narrative, this World War III spell that they are also working to manifest right now. I've tied extensively in past videos this past Pluto return transits and how they are tying them to World War III. And that is what they are attempting to manifest. So America's first pass of its Pluto return was in February of 2022. And 2 days later, Russia officially invaded Ukraine, even though it was leaning up to it for days leading up to it. My cat's at the door. Really kickstarting what will ultimately be World War III. It's written in the stars. It's written in their plans. I'm going to go put my cats in the bedroom. Hold on, they're going crazy. Nice try. No, you can't come in here. I'm going to have to go in here. Those cats are crazy. Okay, so because of the retrograde, both America and the Bavarian Illuminati, both of which were created in 1776, are experiencing their roughly 250-year Pluto return. And they have tied very key events to every single one of the passes. The first pass being Russia literally invading the Ukraine. The second pass, there were huge protests all over the world. And this third and final pass kickstarted the end of the CERN experiment and also a couple other things, which we'll touch on here in a couple of slides. The Bavarian Illuminati's Pluto return. The first pass was in April, and world leaders from Biden to random mayors to world leaders from multiple countries all just decided to start using the words New World Order in willy-nilly in all their speeches. I called it the New World Order mantra. Everybody was just using the words. That was during the first pass. During the second pass, which was back in May, the WEF met in Davos, and they were making statements about the smartphone being in our body by 2030. The EU was pushing for digital currency and all kinds of collective world conversations were happening at Davos. This final pass, they met again in Davos, and they also set the doomsday clock, but we'll get there later. Okay, so the CERN ended its experiment on the runic day of rest in honor of the war in the Ukraine. I have like a whole bunch of notes over here that I haven't even touched on because I'm really trying to get through this, but we'll go as long as we can go, and then you guys, we'll meet again on the weekend. I need to smoke a little weed. Okay. So I'm like, well, why 2 weeks early? Because we know it's not really for the war in Ukraine, unless, of course, it's just a symbolic gesture of an alliance with that narrative, which is probably all it really is. Tying them into their spell in some way. But I was like, okay, 2 weeks early. 2 weeks early would have made the original plan for the shutdown 12/12, which was the day that Mars goes direct, interestingly. It's exactly 2 weeks from today, and 12/12 equals 33. So perhaps that's why they picked that date of the 12th. I had pointed out in previous videos how CERN, which is based off of French words in order to make the CERN. I looked up what CERN means in French, which is cerner. That's how it translates to in French, which actually means pair of compasses. And how it is literally a reference to the square and compass and probably Masonic influence. And so I was like, okay, well, this 3/3 date makes sense. And then that 2 weeks earlier was probably just a nod in favor of the Ukrainian narrative. I couldn't find any definitive date written anywhere, but I put my money on that. So when was this? Okay, this is December. Finally made it to December 1st, you guys. On December 1st, Elon Musk announced that he plans to have the Neuralink implant placed within human study, move into human trials within the next 6 months. I also posted a video about Jack Parsons on that day, just saying that, rocket launches have always been rituals since day one. They originated in the minds of magicians, particularly sex magicians. And, at the time I still didn't realize that this rabbit hole was going to come all the way back to him, but it does. At this time we were moving in to a really significant astrological alignment, which was the Mars occultation. So if you were one of my Patreon members, you remember when I was talking about the moon coming to occult Mars. So it will pass over Mars. It will hide it from view, which is what occult means. It means hidden. And this will happen right in alignment with Aldebaran, which is the main star. Oh God, I thought I had it there. We'll come back. It's the main star in the Bull constellation. So it is the eye of the Bull. And both Mars and Aldebaran are tied to their sort of space mythology. So whether it be the Nazi mythos, which is that according to the Vril Society, these psychic women with very long hair who worked with some of the SS orders, whether it be the Black Sun or the Thule Society, They themselves were an all-women's order known as the Vril Society. And they supposedly channeled these beings, these Nordic, blonde-haired, blue-eyed, superior beings from Aldebaran, who were responsible for giving the Nazis all of the information that they used to build their space program and their UFOs, their Nazi Bell, and all of their advancements in technology were supposedly channeled through these women and delivered to Hitler and his scientists. Well, after World War II, both America and Russia, because of Project Paperclip, I mean, that's what we call it. I don't know what Russia calls Project Paperclip, but Americans call taking all the Nazi scientists for yourself instead of persecuting them. They call that Project Paperclip. And we did. We took all of the Nazi scientists. Now, I thought it was just the scientists, but I watched a documentary recently about just how embedded Nazis are into every faction of our infrastructure. And it wasn't just scientists. It was psychological operations specialists. It was sergeants. It was all kinds of people. All kinds of Nazis came to work for us and also went to work for Russia. And that's when we saw the space race. And that's when we saw this. Russia went from our ally, they were on our side in World War II, to now our enemy. And so our government and the government of Russia are probably now working with these same ETs, these Aldebaran ETs, who supposedly came from Aldebaran, supposedly lived on Mars and destroyed Mars, and then supposedly came here. And so it is this like narrative of this like mainstream UFO narrative. We see the same sort of story laid out in like the Sumerian UFO myths tied to the Anunnaki, which don't necessarily translate like the actual Sumerian and Babylonian myths, but are rooted more so in this concept of a superior race and us being created as like slaves for that race, as opposed to us being our own evolving species. It also cuts out the Atlantean narrative and this concept of a golden age having existed on Earth and there being a sort of past Diluvian culture. I go into this extensively in like my Atlantis video on how I do think these beings exist. I do not think that they created us, but I do think that they invaded us around like 6,000 years ago. But anyway, all of these archetypes were aligned in the sky. We had the moon, which is the jumping point for Mars for their mission, aligned with Mars, aligned with Aldebaran, which is where they believe they came from, all within the horns of the bull being tied to Baal, and also being tied to many cults in the past, also strongly tied to Atlantis, bull worship. Okay, so this Moon-Mars eclipse, which we've talked about in past Patreon videos, and also the past rabbit hole video that we did for the Artemis mission. This Moon-Mars eclipse happened during the Artemis mission. 3 days after this occultation, after this eclipse, Artemis returned back to Earth, which was a mission focused on the moon and Mars. I mean, the occultation was happening because Mars was the closest that it will be for another several years. It was very freaking close to us, and so that's what that's what causes this occultation. So what happens is, like, the moon transits around the sky all the way through the zodiac every month. And so it passes Mars every month, but it doesn't necessarily pass in front of it. Usually it's either on the bottom or up at the top. It's not in an exact alignment like an eclipse. But because of how close the moon and how close Mars was to us at this time, we actually experienced an eclipse of Mars, which is considered an occultation, which is very strongly, like, it has a strong significance in a lot of, like, older occult writings. So a lot of, like, my older astrology books talk a lot about the occultations of specific fixed stars or planets as being significant periods of time. And so this, again, is, you know what I mean? It speaks to that. I wrote here, it's almost like this whole thing was planned. I mean, it is. So right after this portal, symbolic portal, was opened at the World Cup, and with this sex magic ritual of this rocket shooting into the cosmic womb is transpiring. At the same time, everybody starts feeding their face to the beast. And we just see this rise in AI. Like, first it starts with everybody taking these pictures, these AI selfies, right? This is from my Maria. I love her. She's crazy like me. Oh my gosh. She goes all the places. She's like, I had been seeing this for a couple of days, and I was like, what is happening? I was like, this is insane. And she's like, question for the class. Is anyone else suspicious of these AI images that so many are doing and posting on Instagram? I have seen multiple people I follow from several countries partaking. It feels very off to me. Like, literally, everybody was doing this, even all the spiritual people. It came out of nowhere, and it started a lot with celebrities. And when I saw all these famous people doing this, I'm like, what is this? This is part of it. This is part of something. And I wrote here, yeah, I think it's an AI ritual. It's being called an avatar. People are creating alter egos through AI technology. It's like shaking your hands with the beast. And so many celebrities are leading the way. It's disturbing. The images are beautiful. They really are. They're fucking really beautiful. But they aren't real. It's removing realness. It's removing real art. It's actually stealing other people's art and using it to make those faces. It's removing real photography, and it's replacing it, the art and the artist, both of them, you, with an algorithm. I don't trust it, especially the push to do it now. Everybody's changing their profile pic to it. It's ritualistically erasing your humanness, and it just took off from there. Everybody was doing it. And then it came out that you were literally feeding your face to this AI, which was Russian. It was like a Russian AI. You're feeding your face to this AI. Now they own all of those images of your face. They're using it to train their AI algorithm. And the art that they're giving you is being made from stolen art. But the language here, like the language that they use on behalf of yourself and the entity, like the language that they have in these terms of service was very worrisome. And I found it interesting that it was happening in preparation for the release of Avatar 2, which had been postponed so many times. Like, they have been saying Avatar was going to come out since at least 2020. I know it was one of the 2020 movies that was like canceled because of COVID. And they've been working on it for like literally a decade. And I was like, everyone is partaking in this like mass Avatar ritual. by having their magic avatar, which was the word that they were using. It's a magic avatar, this like AI magical version of you made by artificial intelligence. Is this in preparation for this major release date? This movie flopped apparently. Apparently, a lot of the movies that I have tied to this year all flopped, which I think just kind of speaks to like the ritual flopping, just like the original Babylon workings flopped, and how even we'll get onto it here anyway. I wrote here, don't get me wrong, I absolutely loved this first movie, and I will 100% be watching this one in the theaters. That being said, its release was postponed so many times. I guarantee its plot and its release are tied to their current ritual. So I absolutely loved the first movie, and I 100% planned on seeing this in the theater until I saw someone break down the plot. And spoiler alert, if you haven't seen Avatar, I'm going to explain part of the plot here. So you can just like earmuffs or something. So part of the storyline revolves around the harvesting of a secretion from the brain of a mom whale after like traumatizing her and her child and creating all of this like adrenaline in the creature, and then they kill it and they drain this secretion from its brain that they then use to stay young. And I was like, oh, wow, okay, that is blatantly aligned with the sort of, adrenochrome narrative. And yeah, I don't know what the rest of the movie's about. I know it has a lot to do with like the water world and whatnot. But when I heard that, I was like, oh, really? You guys had to go and destroy Avatar? The first one was so good. But even it speaks to technology helping you to enter another world through a vessel that is not entirely yours, as a foreign entity into a more harmonious world through technology for the means of like colonialization and control. And so I was like, this word has to freaking mean something. And so I looked it up, and of course it means lance or weapon. The lenza, it means lance or weapon. So, we know this happened already. Everybody knows they're feeding the beast, right? They own your face data. They can literally do whatever they want with your face now, and they're training their, facial recognition and their AI, and they're making you pay for it, which literally speaks to a contract. They're giving it to you for free. It's not an exchange of energy. I mean, you're exchanging your face, so you're giving your data and you're giving your funds in exchange for this AI avatar. It's literally a binding contract. You clicked the terms of service, and you've given your likeness to the beast in exchange for pretty illusionary pictures of you. My astrologer friend Heather, she pointed out that this started happening right as Neptune, the planet of fantasy and illusion, stationed direct. Okay. These were just stories I had back during this time, this is early December, that at the time I was just posting. But now make a lot more sense. So, this is just a post about, the JFK assassination, which has come up a lot during these last 2 months. There's slides on it here. We'll touch on it. This says, I don't know who needs to hear this, but at least 15 witnesses to the JFK assassination died prematurely between the years of 1963, when he was killed, and 1967. So we've been talking a lot about the Pluto return of America and the Illuminati, both of which were created in 1776. And so I thought to myself, I was like, okay, well, the Freemasons were created, they became an official organization in 1717, and that's the date they used for themselves. I was like, so they have already experienced a Pluto return. I was like, I wonder when that was. And so I looked it up, and I shit you not, the Freemasons Pluto return happened in 1963. It happened in 1963, the year they killed Kennedy. The Freemasons in the CIA were the ones who killed Kennedy. Freemasonic symbolism is riddled all throughout that entire narrative. Pluto is the planet of power. It is also the planet that exposes things. And so during Pluto return periods, there are huge displays of power that ultimately expose what was hidden. And so in 1963, when the Freemasons were having their Pluto return, they killed the fucking president. And they did a really shitty job of it and left tons of clues. And literally created the term conspiracy theorist. People started questioning. We already had people in the UFO realm since like the 40s, particularly the 40s, like World War II, and after that when we had a lot of the sightings, Roswell in 47, and so we had like UFO researchers and like UFO groups and like little conspiratorial like sects of people. But after they killed the president in 1963, that was literally the birth of the conspiracy theorist. That is when they coined the word conspiracy theorist in order to point out those who were questioning the narrative. And that was when they showed their hand. They showed just how much power they had, and they exposed themselves. Now we're going through the Pluto return of both America, which has, of course, a Masonic influence, and the Bavarian Illuminati. And we see them being exposed right now through their huge overt displays of power, which will ultimately be their downfall. Okay, hopefully you guys are following along with me. This is definitely going to be a 2-part video. Although we're in early December. It's definitely going to be a 2-part video. So, on December 6th, Elon Musk announced a new update to his Neuralink that is now in the heads of monkeys and can be wirelessly charged. And the monkey goes and charges his chip and all kinds of jazz. I want to just kind of point out how we see this symbolism repeated here a lot. You know, we see this infinity symbol at the World Cup, the orbit of Artemis, the Neuralink symbol, the Meta symbol. The Artemis launch was also delayed 8 times before it actually went and launched. And on the same day that Elon Musk announced his update to Neuralink, CERN announced through this video, literally using a 1980s New Order song, which I think is hilarious, announced that CERN tech will soon be used on the human body. So we now have, you know, the traditional CERN Hadron Collider underground in the as below. We have CERN that just launched into space on a rocket, and is on a satellites as well. So we have CERN in the below, in the above, and the only thing left is inside of us humans. And they announced that CERN tech will now be used in the realm of medicine to treat certain cancers resistant to conventional therapy, and will be based on innovative compact accelerator technology. So they're going to make little tiny compact particle accelerators that will somehow heal the body of cancer. That's a really big announcement, if you ask me. So we have CERN tech in the below, the above, and soon the within. And of course, they announced it with this like overly edited video using a New Order song, because this is a ritual of the New World Order. Literally everybody took those pictures, like literally every single person. People couldn't help it. Oh my gosh, you guys. If you took those pictures, I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing with you now that we've all read the terms of service. Okay. So on December 7th, that was the official day of that Mars occultation. So you can see how all of these huge announcements were happening sandwiched around that Mars eclipse. I said, don't forget to look up and watch the moon eclipse over Mars tonight. Look for the big red star. It's not a star, it's Mars. He's big, he's bright, he's the closest he will be to Earth until 2033. Guarantee you they find that significant. And tonight the moon will pass directly over him, occulting or eclipsing our view. The Divine Mother, the moon, will consume him, and then he will be reborn. When we get to the workings of this ritual that I think that they are in the midst of, it speaks to the divine feminine as the moon, birthing this like antichrist figure, which the Mars narrative and the Mars missions have this view of the future of like survival and the need to like go off planet in order to survive because something here is going to be destroyed. It has this apocalyptic lens to it. As you'll see, a lot of the announcements from this through December into January have this like end of the world, doomsday, destruction, death and destruction narrative around them, right? The day, this was the 7th. This was on, but it was the day before. It was on the day before that it was released. Okay, so the day after that Mars occultation, this video went viral, right? I mean, I don't know if it went viral with normies, but we all fucking saw this video of this artificial womb facility that, you know, many people thought was like existed and real, and it's not. It's a projected, it's a manifestation spell. It's a manifestation of a future vision that's 10 years out in the future, that aligns much more with, you know, 2033 than it does now. And it speaks to this end result. And so when we're talking about the erasure, the inversion of the feminine, the severing of our connection to the earth, to the goddess, to the mother, to the womb, in favor of a technological, transhumanist future, this is what we're talking about. And this video being released and being shown everywhere, was even on Fox News, for God's sakes, like everybody was seeing this video, really shows a snapshot of what it is they are trying to create. And when we talk about this incarnation of the Antichrist, you know, a lot of people look at it as like one dude. Like if I were to pick a dude right now who I think it is, it's this motherfucker right here. But in all actuality, it's just this incarnation of a technological AI control, which will happen through nanotechnology, which will happen through brain-computer interfaces, which will happen through quantum computing, which will happen through transhumanism, which will happen through inorganic births. All of these things will allow this inorganic consciousness to come through, which really is the manifestation of the beast. It's our creation. It's this inorganic creation created by man that will ultimately be our downfall. So the beast system to me is not like Satan. You know, while I do think that there are people like selling their soul to quote unquote Satan, and that there is an archetypal thought form in the collective psyche that once you do quote unquote sell your soul to that thought form can take over and you can align with in some way. I personally do not believe that Satan exists. He's not even in the Bible. Lucifer is the light bringer, which is not, you know, Satan, red devil with horns, you know what I mean? In my opinion, Satan is a manifestation of man's fear projected upon our experience. If anything, Satan is associated with Saturn, which is the controlling archonic force that limits and restricts and is very strongly rooted in that material realm. That being said, I do think you can sell your soul to a quote unquote outside entity by giving something outside of yourself that power. Anyway, around this time, we see this video like just explode of this artificial womb facility that can create, I think it's like 30,000 babies a year. And this is a projected view of the future, and it's already in works, and people are already, you know, funding it. And at this exact same time as this was announced to the public, Elon Musk launched his OpenAI, which is something that has been around since like 2016. But at the end of November, early January, he released the Chat GPT and this OpenAI algorithm search engine that can pretty much be given any sort of prompt and it will write out whatever it's given, whether it be a novel, a song, answers to a college level course. I have slides here where we find out later in the month that it passed a bar exam, a medical exam, and it's being used to as like a lawyer and all kinds of things. And so we see this rise of the power of AI during this time that everybody's feeding their face to the beast. We're looking at this future, this technological dystopian future. This portal was opened at the World Cup, and everything is being sort of inverted during this weird sort of summoning ritual and this rise and release of AI into the public. Want to kind of point out some of the symbolism here. Okay, so this is the symbol for the Open AI, which is Elon Musk's AI. There's a ton of people who are like umbrellaed under it, and he's one of the dudes. Of course, first we see the hexagon, which we dove into, and we talked about the Andromeda strain. We talked about graphene oxide being a hexagon. This is a movie about, genetic mutation of the human race into a technological future. This is a Netflix show. They use the hexagon there. And then we see it there on Saturn, on the top of Saturn, the hexagon. This also kind of looks like two of these, two like sixes, right? Which would be a 3 and a 3 too. But you definitely see this hexagon used over and over and over and over again. And yeah, again, I do think this guy is at least playing the part of the Antichrist. I mean, for Halloween, he wore that costume that I have a picture of it on the thumbnail here. He called himself like Legion of the Devil, like the devil's soldier. And he wore that costume with the like Baphomet type symbol on the front. And, then he bought Twitter. And since he bought Twitter, him wearing that costume, his Halloween costume, that is his profile picture. To this day, that is still his profile picture. Like, he's literally playing this archetypal figure. And he's even told us that with AI, we are summoning the demon, ultimately. I've said it before and I'll say it again. This dude is 100% being set up to play the role of the Antichrist. I really do believe that. He's playing that role brilliantly. And then I wrote here, cue end time shenanigans. So we see this sort of end time narrative coming up in all different avenues of the world. This person broke down some of the, latest shenanigans. It says here, so the Euphrates River is drying up, which is one of the, prophecies tied to the end times. It says that the Euphrates River will dry up before the end of the world. The Euphrates River is drying up. They just announced a third temple will be built, which is also tied to Revelations and the apocalypse and the end of the world and the ushering in of this 1,000-year reign of the Antichrist before, the rapture and all of that. The Commonwealth Games hosted by King Charles did a bizarre ritual worshiping the bull. That was a while ago, but now I'm realizing that is probably tied to this sort of Mars occultation that happened right there in the bull aligned with Aldebaran. This person tied it to a false light. These Nordic Aldebaran ETs, if they are to be presented to us through some sort of Project Bluebeam type psyop, they definitely will be taking on the role as some sort of savior figure, some sort of false light, some sort of false promise. A bunch of leaders and worshipers went up to Mount Sinai to do a weirdo ritual and brought the world 10 new commandments. These are the 10 commandments of climate change that they smashed up on the top of Mount Sinai, just like Moses did with the original 10 commandments. And so it's almost like we're under a new God now. We're under new rulership now. And the rules, which we had before, these 10 commandments, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not do adultery, all of those different things. Now we have these new 10 rules, and they're all tied to the climate change 2030 agenda, ultimately. And then they said here that an AI city called Neimon is being built on the same site as Mount Sinai. And then they say nothing bizarre here. And I just dove into a couple of those things just to, show you. On November 21st, we they went up there and they did the new 10 Commandments on top of Mount Sinai. That's a very significant statement being done there. This is just a little bit about the third temple. This is a hypothetical temple that will be built in Jerusalem, which will succeed the Solomon's temple, which is so strongly tied to Freemasonry, it's ridiculous, and the second temple, both of which were destroyed, one during the Babylonian siege of Jerusalem, and another later having been destroyed during the Roman siege. So this is a little bit about that smart city that is being built near Mount Sinai, which is where Moses was given the 10 Commandments by God. And they're building several different smart cities down there. They're building the Line, and they're building this Neon freaking attraction, which is going to run completely on electricity, and will be blanketed in frequencies and AI control structure, like face recognition and all kinds of stuff. I'm just trying to read this. So again, this is something that's being projected into the future. It's not actually created yet. And there's actually a lot of issues tied to this. Like the original guy whose vision it was had to be like cut from it because he had like grandiose ideas. He wanted like robot maids and all kinds of crazy stuff. So it says here, for this huge project to succeed, many foreign businesses must be attracted, and tourists must come from, Dubai. Mount Sinai sits right in the middle of this projected district, this projected smart city that they're trying to build. In order to make Neon an attraction, he concluded that he had no choice but to open Mount Sinai, which will become a sacred place for Christians. So they're going to open up this mountain as this sacred place for Christians in the middle of this like AI smart city. The Saudi government has come to an archaeological conclusion decades ago that it is a real downtown mountain. I don't know what that means. If opened, it must be a new attraction where not only Christians but also ordinary people visit. The Saudi government is preparing to fully open Mount Sinai by 2022. I mean, we're in 2023, so I don't know if that fully happened. But they want to have smart city technologies, and yeah. So this isn't the first biblical mountain that they have tied to ritualistic things. All right. There's another mountain that is known in biblical tradition, and that is Mount Hermon, which is the site where the fallen angels landed in the Bible. And now, today, we have the UN build. We have a UN building, which is, of course, associated with the one world government, right? It's the United Nations. It's all of the nations coming together as one. So it's associated with the New World Order. And on top of this mountain, we have this buffer zone between Syria and Israel territories, and it's the highest permanently manned UN position in the world, known as the Hermon Hotel. And so it's the highest peak, closest to heaven, closest to the gods. It makes me think a lot of like the Tower of Babel as well. But you can see how they use this sort of biblical prophecy in their agendas, because they understand that symbols hold power, archetypes hold power. They're really like the only thing that exists. So the river drying up is also part of the apocalypse narrative, which is laid out in the book of Revelations, which they are absolutely using as a playbook, for it truly is a self-fulfilling prophecy. I write here, you write a book about how the world is going to end, and people who want the world to end will use what's written as instructions. Prophecies like this are self-fulfilling. Like, Aleister Crowley would never be like, 666, I'm the beast. I'm going to bring the apocalypse and the end of the world. I'm such a fucking dark wizard. Like, he would never have said any of that stuff if it wasn't written there already for him. These are very much self-fulfilling prophecies. So when people are like, the end times are here, I'm seeing all the signs and symbols, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, yeah, that's because they want you to. They're trying to manifest the end times by using the playbook that's laid out for them. So I thought I would look up what this word means. You guys, this was so fucking easy. It was ridiculous. It literally means monster, evil or wicked person, person without humanity, a non-entity, an inane person. And this is the AI smart city. Like, that was way too easy. This word of Hebrew origin, which means Babylon, wicked person, person without humanity, entity without a soul. Entity without a soul. This will come up later when Babylon comes back up, which is ultimately part of what it is that they're trying to manifest, is the rise of Babylon. Babylon was the city, one of the many cities, that was destroyed by the flood because of its wickedness, because of its debauchery, because of the practices that were taking place there. God was like, oh my God, this is an abomination, and I need to flood the whole world. And so he went to Noah and was like, Noah was like an alcoholic who like lived away from society. He like lived out in the mountains. And God was like, yo, Noah, you should build a boat because there's a flood that's going to come and the world is going to be destroyed. And you see that city down there, Sodom and Gomorrah, which is part of Babylon. You should go down there and see if you can, convince anybody to come with you and survive. And he went down there and everybody laughed at him. But that alcoholic pulled his head out of his ass and he built a damn good boat, and he went and got 2 of every animal, and he saved himself and his family and his flock, and then he repopulated the world after the end times. So sometimes I think of myself as Noah. One, my 20s was literally riddled with addiction problems, and so I definitely love that part of the narrative to where he was like this wounded healer, He was this like tortured soul that turned it around in the nick of time to like save his bloodline and humanity, right? While everybody else was just falling into the debauchery of Babylon and the sort of like self-will run riot type, do as thou wilt mindset, which we see humanity falling into once again. But anyway, this wicked, monster, evil person that has no soul and is associated with Babylon is a perfect fucking name for their smart AI city. Like, wow. Okay. So, they, of course, say that it means new future, which even that, in and of itself, speaks to the New World Order as well. This, like, new order, this new future. There's a lot of controversies surrounding this freaking AI city. And, they have huge visions for the future, like flying cars and robot maids and dinosaur robots and a giant artificial moon. It's estimated that 20,000 people will be forced to relocate to accommodate the planned city. And they plan to have it just like complete surveillance. completely ran by this artificial intelligence, face recognition. It's going to have a sort of like a digital interface between the body and the human, which will probably manifest as microchips of some sort. Okay. Really quick, I want to just kind of point out this concept of controlled opposition. And then there's us, uncontrolled opposition. What time is that, you guys? Okay, it's only 11:30. There's still a bunch of you guys here. I haven't lost any of you guys yet. We haven't even really gotten to the good stuff yet. Okay, so, even in the truther conspiracy realm, I see people just fall for psyop after freaking psyop. Many of them are associated with some sort of like savior figure. So whether it's like QAnon, which, a lot of the conspiracies the QAnoners believe are like totally true. Like there is a world cabal. Like they probably are adrenochroming motherfuckers. You know what I mean? Now where you lose me is the whole Trump is a savior part, Elon Musk as well. A lot of people really think he's like fighting the system. He's for free speech, blah, 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 blah. The Andrew Tate fucking fiasco, literally so many enlightened and spiritual men like look at him as some sort of like ascended guru figure that's like anti-establishment, and I'm like, oh my god, these guys are the most establishment motherfuckers that exist. We need to understand that there is this concept of controlled opposition. There's a reason why the chessboard is one of their symbols. Both sides of the chessboard. I love pointing this out to the Qs when they're like, the white hats, the white hats. I'm like, okay, first of all, Q is the 17th letter of the alphabet, and the Freemasons were discovered in 1717. I'm pretty sure you're in the midst of some sort of like Masonic psyop, but this concept of like the white hats saving us, I'm like, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. When I think of the white hats, I think of the white squares on that Masonic board and the black hats, and they're playing a fucking game. They're playing a game, and so it looks like there's opposition. It looks like there's conflict, but it never really goes too far in anybody's favor. They've realized that they need to work together. There's always a sort of figure that comes that plays this savior role, that says what humanity is wishing would be said. Elon Musk is doing it right now with like releasing the Twitter files, and everybody's like, oh, see, I knew that, blah, 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 and sort of paying attention, and they're thinking like stuff is being exposed, and it's like, no, we're being shown this because they want us to see it, because it's part of the current distraction, right? So controlled opposition is a strategy which an individual, organization, or movement is covertly controlled or influenced by a third party. And the controlled entity's true purpose is something other than its publicly stated purpose. Greta Thunberg is a good example of this. The controlled entity serves as a role of mass deception, surveillance, and or political or social manipulation. In most cases, the controlled party is portrayed as being in opposition to the interests of the controlling party. And these are just some quotes. This is a quote from Albert Pike, which is like the OG Freemason. Like, Masons fucking love this guy, his books, everything he has to fucking say. Whenever the people need a hero, we shall supply him. And they have, till this day. So the best way to control the opposition is to lead it yourselves. So whenever we see these opposing forces, we always need to question what is behind them. What is the controlling entity that is behind this, that is painting this fucking narrative for us to see. And then there's us who will come to like smash that illusion so it no longer holds any power over us, right? So this is just a random post that I posted back in December. And then you guys, I forgot about this. And then I got super sick. I had like a fever of 103 and I was having this weird fever dream. And it was like about World War One. And it seemed so significant at the time. And I was so vivid. And I was like, oh, you need to remember this. This is so important. Remember this. And I was like, oh, I'll remember this. And I don't remember shit. Like literally the only thing I remember is literally what I know about World War One from fucking school. But I love this because this shows how like the signs and the symbols have always been there. A hidden hand has always been controlling the narrative, just like in World War One, when the Black Hand, a secret society, killed Franz Ferdinand, and then that started World War One. It was an orchestrated assassination that kickstarted a world war. And you can see how the like number symbolism was encoded into that, whether it happened unconsciously or consciously, it's there. The license plate of the car, which Franz Ferdinand was riding in at the time of his death, was A111 or ALLL 118. World War One officially ended on Artemis Day, which was 111118. So this same exact number. It says here that all armies set down arms at 11 a.m. on the 11th day of the 11th month, which would be like, if you add those all together like this, it would be 3, 3, 3. It would be 3, 3. So this, this is symbolic. This is ritualistic. These huge moments in our history have always been tied to specific things. They've always had a sort of occult, esoteric purpose driving them. Okay. 11:39. We are, you guys, we're on page 32 of 112. Definitely going to be a two-parter. Oh my God, Jesus Christ. Okay, so in December, we had a whole bunch of huge scientific discoveries all happening sandwiched around the moon. And coming from significant places. Okay, hold on. Where do I write that at? Oh, it's over here. Okay, so this was December 14th. Okay, so the full moon was on December 7th. And right after the full moon, leading up to this date here on the 14th, we had several scientific announcements announced, okay? We had what everybody was announcing as the creation of the first wormhole, which is what all these main news sources were announcing, is that information was sent for the first time through a wormhole that was created. That's not true. Reading up on it, it was a simulation. It was a simulation made by a quantum computer, simulating a wormhole and information being sent through it. So it wasn't even actually a wormhole, but they really wanted you to think that they made a wormhole. That's what all of these articles kind of made it sound like. But we had the creation of the wormhole and the first ever nuclear fusion the first ever that we've ever been told about successful nuclear fusion. One of these came out of Caltech. Which one was the one that came out of Caltech? I have so many notes here, you guys. I will never get through all of these notes. The wormhole came out of Caltech. The wormhole came out of Caltech, and the fusion came out of Lawrence Livermore Laboratory, both of which were in California. California is really a focal point of these rituals. Both these scientific discoveries, that's where Caltech is. That's where the Jet Propulsion's laboratory is. That's where Pasadena is. And not only do we have the wormhole experiment coming out of Caltech, Pasadena, we have the nuclear fusion coming out of Livermore, which is like very close to them. They work together. And then we also had HAARP experiments that we'll talk about here in a couple of slides that also came out of Caltech's Jet Propulsion's laboratory, where they were shooting frequencies at the moon, at Jupiter, and then at an asteroid. And that was all happening throughout these months, all centered around California. And then later we had some pretty strange shootings that were all tied around the moon archetype that also happened in California. So California seems to be a focal point for this ritual. But what's so interesting is that before these announcements were made, I was talking about Caltech and Pasadena during the Gemini full moon video, which was on the 7th prior to these announcements. And that moon, that Gemini full moon, which was conjunct this Mars eclipse, which was aligned with Mars and Aldebaran, sat opposite Pasadena and square the Caltech asteroid. So the moon was sitting in opposition to the asteroid Pasadena and in a square to the Caltech asteroid. And so on the 7th, or a couple days before the 7th, when I did my video for Patreon, I was like, we should keep an eye on this area of the world. And I was focused on like the rocketry aspect of Caltech. I was also focused on the nuclear atomic aspects of Caltech, and like something perhaps maybe along like, you know, weaponry or rocketry was going to come out. I did not think they were going to have a quantum computer simulated wormhole announcement, but they definitely did. And then their partner, the Lawrence Livermore Laboratory, announced the first ever successful nuclear fusion. Now, both of these experiments are scientific manifestations of union, of sex magic, whether it's two wormholes connecting and information being sent between the two, or two particles colliding into one, fusing into one, two particles fusing into one and creating nuclear power in the process. This literally speaks to a union ritual, to a sex magic ritual, right? So I wrote here, since the last full moon, they have announced the creation of both the first wormhole and the first nuclear fusion, one of which was out of Caltech. I talked about Caltech a few days prior to the announcement during my live stream. The asteroids Caltech and Pasadena, which is where Caltech is located, were both aspecting our last moon. Our CERN run ended, and there was the Artemis mission, all in this last month. The scientific materialist occultists have been having a field day, and I'm feeling like we'll hear more before the month ends. We haven't even hit the solstice yet. Nuclear fusion, yes. Okay, so this is a chart of that moon. The moon was at 16 degrees of Gemini conjunct Mars in opposition to the sun at 16 degrees of Sagittarius, which was literally exactly conjunct the Pasadena asteroid, which was sitting in a square to, neither one of these asteroids are here in this chart because I only have them in my asteroid software, so you'll just have to take my word for it. So conjunct the sun is Pasadena, and sitting in a square is the asteroid Caltech, which is at 16 degrees, an exact square, like literally exact square to Mars, the moon, and the sun, is the asteroid Caltech, which is at 16 degrees of Virgo, which I just learned is the degree of the Pluto of the 1717 chart of the Freemasons, which I find interesting. Okay, so they did a lot of, like, these fuckers are paying attention to the sun. During the pole star alignments, they're posting swastika imagery, which is where the swastika is believed to have come from. It's this like spinning cross that happens throughout the year as the seasons shift and the stars turn around the pole star. During the pole star alignments, they were showing that. There's more. We'll get to it. We're still in the midst of it now. And during the galactic center, Milky Way alignments and the alignments with like the Great Attractor, CERN and like every single one of its pages, like I follow many different CERN pages. Like they have the CERN, they have the Alice, they have the Atlas, they have, I don't know, I probably follow 5 different CERN pages on Instagram, and they all were reposting this image of CERN's Hadron Collider so this is the Hadron Collider, which is also where Alice is. They're showing it as the Milky Way. During the month of our alignments with all of the personal planets, so the Sun, Mercury, and Venus all transited over the center of the Milky Way galaxy. And during that time, when all of our personal planets were transiting over this, they literally posted this picture of CERN as the Milky Way, which just speaks even more to my theory of them trying to use this machine to counteract with the like natural flows of the cosmos and the earth. And this image I wrote here is of course from the like Caltech of Germany. It's a tech institute of Munich. So of course, but they're showing it literally as the Milky Way, and it's aligned. It's focused on the study of antimatter. And during this time, not only were the personal planets transiting over the Milky Way, but they were also transiting over the Great Attractor, which we don't really actually know what the Great Attractor is, but the consensus is it is a very, very dense area of dark matter or dark energy, which are the building blocks for the expansion and contraction of our universe. And the study of antimatter is supposed to help them understand those in some way. So interesting timing. Okay, so right as we start to approach the final pass of the Pluto return, no, we've already passed the Pluto return on December 28th is the Pluto return of America, December 28th. So we haven't gotten there yet. So we're slowly approaching the Pluto return of America, which is at the end of December, 12/28. And as we start to approach that, they release 13,000 files that have been declassified in the JFK assassination. So, everybody started just announcing this. Everybody was just acting like all of this information came out. It shows that the CIA killed Kennedy. We know all this new stuff now. The Dark Journalist does a really great job of breaking. He has been focused on the JFK files since he first started his channel. Some of his first videos, years and years and years ago are about the JFK file. It's literally his jam. And so he knows what has been released prior, what we already know, and what is supposedly being released now. And it's not a lot of new information. It's not really what the media was making it out to be. A lot was still withheld. A lot is redacted. It doesn't really come out clear and say that the CIA killed Kennedy, which is what, Tucker Carlson wants you to believe. He did a bunch of videos on Fox about this during this time, and he supposedly has a whistleblower that made those statements. And so a lot of the headlines that we saw around this time, the CIA killed Kennedy, those were all based off hearsay. I mean, the CIA definitely killed Kennedy, like, for fucking sure, but that was not released through these documents. So, like, even this stunt was being done ritualistically, the releasing of this information at this time. So, there's asteroids named after pretty much everything. I wasn't positive that there was a Kennedy asteroid, but because he was so such a proponent for space and space travel, like, the only reason we even went to the moon is because Kennedy said we were going to, and then they fucking killed him, and they still had to kind of make that happen, and so they faked it in a studio pretty much. So I was like, okay, I bet you that there's a Kennedy asteroid, which there is, and that it's gotta be aspecting America's Pluto return. I was like, this has to be aspecting Pluto, the planet who exposes that which is hidden, right? That which is exposing that which is being done here by the hidden hand of America. And I was like, expecting it to be aspecting Pluto in some way. And so I went and pulled the chart, and it was literally conjunct it, you guys. Like, exactly fucking conjunct Pluto. I was like, somehow I'm not surprised. And I asked you guys, do you think they knew this, or it's just fate? And you guys all think that they know it. Some of you think that it's fate. I don't know, man. I don't know. Like, I know these occultists, they all have an astrologer on deck. Whether they are well versed in astrology or not, they have somebody in their order that they can call up who knows what's going on in the sky with the planets and the signs and the houses and the full moon and the new moon and aspects and whatnot. I'm not convinced that they know the asteroids. Now, if I was an occultist who worked at CERN or Caltech, I would definitely make sure that I had the CERN or Caltech asteroid in my astrology software, and I would definitely take it into account when doing things for that organization, right? I'm not convinced that they know about all the asteroids, though. But we've seen it play out time and time again with the Kate Bush asteroid, with the CERN asteroid, with the Kennedy asteroid, with every single fucking asteroid. Whenever something goes down and I'm like, oh, there's an asteroid named after this, I look it up and it's aspecting it. I don't think everything is that orchestrated. I do think that some of these archetypal expressions just bubble up from the collective unconscious. The cosmos are a mirror for our collective reality. And for example, there's a lot of asteroids named after all kinds of things. Some named after like normal people. And you can look up like asteroids that are probably named after you, you know, the same first name or whatever. And you can look up asteroids that are like named after your significant other. Like, I have gone in and put all, Eddie's name is Edward, obviously. There's tons of Edward asteroids, and I've gone in and put them all into my chart, and they're literally all of them aspecting my Venus, which is the planet of relationships. Like every single fucking Edward asteroid is either on top of my Venus or aspecting it. Like this stuff just manifests. So whether they knew that Kennedy was transiting Pluto or not, that sort of narrative is bubbling up. It's being exposed at this time. But not too deeply, not too deeply. Although we all fucking know that the government killed Kennedy. That was my first conspiracy theory. I was raised, they killed Kennedy on my mom's birthday. She was like, I don't know how old she was. She was about 10 years old. Yeah, a little bit younger than 10 years old. And so my mom, she always told me, like, the fucking, because it would always happen on her birthday, like the, whatever it's called, anniversary of the assassination of JFK, you know, and she would always tell me, when I was really little, always, you know, the government killed Kennedy, and then I remember in middle school writing some research paper, like one of my first ever research papers on the assassination of JFK and how it wasn't just one shooter. And I had this like Time magazine like breakdown of like all of the different angles and all of the different stuff, and I like laid it all out on the table. And that was like in 6th grade, like, and how the government killed JFK. But anyway, this happened during, you know, this space ritual. At the same time, JFK is strongly tied to the UFO file, strongly tied to space, and the want to expose some of these long-held secrets. And so, you know, they released some files, didn't really say too much, but this was in preparation for the Pluto return, and Kennedy, the asteroid Kennedy, was like conjunct America's Pluto return at the time. That was on the 15th. Okay, so then Trump released his NFTs. Oh my god, you guys, these crack me up. They're so funny. I wish we could look at more of them because they're all hilarious, but this is the only one that really symbolically screamed out to me. Oh my god, so funny. So Trump is really coming back into the limelight in preparation for the 2024 run. We see him, it was probably really smart. It was probably in his best interest that he got pulled off of all social media platforms and like deplatformed, because, you know, the guy can't keep his mouth shut and he just tweets dumb shit all day, every day. And if they're trying to run him for 2024, like, they gotta keep him quiet. And so they unplugged him, right? And now he's coming back. He's coming back with his NFTs. He's coming back online, and he's in preparation for the 2024 election, right? And so this is one of his NFTs. He had a ton of them, all different kinds of poses and hilarious outfits. It's fucking hilarious. Oh my gosh. But I saw this post by Maria, of course, and she says, what's the excuse going to be this time to ignore the blatant Freemason symbolism? And what she sees here is the square and compass, which, you know, I guess I can see that. I see that too. But that's not what I see first. What I see first is the pyramid and the eye. Here's the pyramid, and this is the eye, right? And so I was like, oh, that's so interesting. But then when she said that, like, I could really see both. What's interesting is that she says, and then I didn't know this, I looked this up, it's right. She says that the Freemasonic compass is set to 47 degrees. So this is a 47 degree angle. I looked that up. I'd never heard that before. I was like, what degree is that set at? I didn't know. And I guess it is. It's set at 47 degrees. And the 2024 election will be for the 47th presidency. He was really into like 45 symbolism before. But the 47 I thought was interesting. But I definitely see a freaking capstone. You can even see where the color changes from yellow to purple, really like signifies that capstone. And this is just, it's shaped like an eye. It's like literally shaped like an eye. So I write here, I've seen people saying that this new NFT looks like a Masonic compass, and I can see that, but personally I see the all-seeing eye. And then I asked you guys, I'm all, what do you guys see? Do you see a pyramid? Do you see a compass? Do you see both? And most of you guys see both. And I think this speaks to my fucking theory that they're all working together. They're all working together. They've all merged together. They know that they have to unite this as this one world force with all these different mystery schools, like battling for dominance while simultaneously working together. Because once Pluto moves into Aquarius in the spring, in March 23rd, Pluto will move out of Capricorn, where it has been since 2008. Pluto, the planet of power, but it's also deconstructing. It's a planet of death and rebirth of sorts, and it has been killing and rebirthing the Saturnian systems, the world governments, these authority figures, these controlling figures. Now this planet of power will be moving into Aquarius, which is the sign of humanity. Like, power is literally moving into the hands of the people, which is why they are simultaneously preparing for the power shifting into the realm of Aquarius, which governs high technology as well. They know that the only way that they can survive this shift in power structures is by uniting forces and instilling a technological control system, because that's the only thing that it has the hopes of containing the human spirit, which is just coming on fucking line like no other right now. So look at the windows. They even look like blocks in a pyramid, right? Am I crazy? This is a fucking all-seeing eye pyramid. Like, why have these things shooting out his eyes like this? Whatever. You can't convince me that's not a fucking pyramid. It definitely is. Okay, so this merging, right? These mystery school streams working as one. I can't tell if there's a real sort of like mutiny going on, or if it's all an illusionary chess game. But I think the next couple of slides kind of lay out the fact that I think it's a fucking illusion, dude. I think it's all an illusion, and I think they're working together to implement this system, and they're giving us that controlled opposition to root for in the name of opposition, when really it's controlled by the same entity. So is the chess game real or is an illusion? I see both. Have these oppositions merged? You know, when America was created, it was rooted very strongly in Freemasonry and Rosicrucianism, but also this influx of what is known as the Bavarian Illuminati. They had a lot of influence on the French Revolution. They had a lot of influence on the American Revolution. But the Masonic founding fathers, they worried about that influence taking over what they had going on, you know? And it's believed that that sort of mystery school stream only really survived for a couple of years. 9 years to be exact. So the chart of the Illuminati, the Bavarian Illuminati, which is a mystery school that is centered around like modern day Germany. The chart for May 1st, 1776, when that like order was created, that Pluto of that chart is having its return. Now, it's believed that that order only existed for 9 years and then it was destroyed and it fell apart. Now, we know that like whether that happened or not, this name, this ideology still is very much used today as like a catch-all term for all of these different powers that be, and that this influence never really fell to the wayside. Trump's family is actually from Bavaria. It's actually from that exact area, and these Germanic powers are very much driving the force, particularly in Europe, and they have a lot of influence over here as well. Now, this destruction, this like 9-year destruction, is coded into their story. So let's say that, they were created in May 1776. For the sake of this narrative, let's say that 9 years later they were disbanded and they didn't exist anymore. Maybe they rose from the ashes later and it took a foothold and continued on. I think they literally were always there. I don't think they really lost a lot of power. I think they were more in the shadows and whatnot. But let's say that they were destroyed 9 years later. That means that we are at this period of a Pluto return for them, which is kickstarting 9 years of exposing them. So much like when the Freemasons had their Pluto return in 1963, and they did, all that shit with Kennedy and whatnot, really exposing their hand of power. Now we're seeing the same thing happen with this particular order. That's why you see this like illuminated symbolism really making it to the mainstream. I did a Google search. We were going to go off on a whole tangent on this, but I don't have enough time. But I did a Google search. What's it called? Trends search for certain keywords. And I really was focusing on things like how to join the Illuminati, how to sell your soul to Satan, all of these different trends that we'll see here on a couple of slides that are really popping off on TikTok right now. And in other countries, apparently Uganda is and a lot of African countries. And I wonder if it's because there's so many different charities and organizations that come through there. But apparently a bunch of African countries, particularly Uganda, is obsessed with trying to find out how to join the Illuminati. They search it like crazy. But those search terms are rising. This narrative is bubbling up to the mainstream in both the conspiratorial realm, look at this, what's happening, blah, 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 blah. And also the people are how do I get on board with that? Apparently so many people in Russia are paying different occult practitioners to partake in, we'll have a whole slide on this, but to partake in certain rituals to, quote, sell their soul to Satan in exchange for fame or fortune or citizenship or whatever it may be. So I'm thinking is this war between the mystery schools or whatever even real, or is it all staged stunts? We can think of the Andrew Tate Greta narrative. That was all orchestrated. all completely orchestrated from somebody somewhere, and they are oppositions of sorts, right? What Andrew Tate represents and what Greta Thunberg represents are polarized forces, yet they seem to work together in that weird sort of chess move that just played out. But their power moves and this alchemical union, both of which are governed by Pluto, I believe will ultimately be their downfall. And I think it'll be over the next 9 years. I have like a bunch of notes where I wrote like, you know, they set their doomsday counter, right? We'll get there. I'm like jumping all around the rabbit hole. We'll get to there when we get to the slide. But when the exact day of the Illuminati's third and final pass of its Pluto return, they set the doomsday clock to the closest it's ever been to midnight, 90 seconds to midnight on that day. And I wrote here, I have this whole like stream about it or whatever, about how, okay, you can set your 90 seconds. I see your 90 seconds, which is bullshit anyway. They're not really gonna destroy the world because they need their controlling infrastructure. They don't want too much chaos or too much turmoil. It's called the New World Order for a reason. They need that control. They need that order, right? And so they want us to think it's the end times. They want us to think that we're on the brink of the apocalypse, of nuclear destruction. It's 90 seconds to midnight, but really we're on the precipice of their destruction. And so I said, like, fuck you and your 90 seconds. Like, I see your 90 seconds and I raise you 9 years, because it's written in their archetypal makeup that 9 years from now they disband, that they are reveal themselves too much. Even a lot of the, I wish I could go off on a whole tangent on this too, but like when the Bavarian Illuminati was like supposedly disbanded, like all of their like writings and like ritual work was found and exposed. So it was like even a lot of their like belief systems and ideologies was like found and exposed ultimately. And so I think we're part of this like great reveal. Like there will be these huge pushes of power, but every action has an equal and opposite reaction. So as they push, they expose themselves. And humanity will really have the upper hand once humanity and technology will really have the upper hand once Pluto moves out of Capricorn and into Aquarius, which Aquarius governs both humanity and high technology, which is why they've been working so hard to get their tech infrastructure in place, because they know once Pluto enters Aquarius and the power goes to the people, the only way that they will be able to control us is through technology. And so we have to really watch our connection to that realm. I'm just reading my notes. I think I said most of this, but okay, so I wrote here that once Pluto moves into Aquarius, the power will be in the hands of the people. And all will be revealed. You know, doomsday, the apocalypse, really means the great reveal. That is what's happening. Everything is being revealed. I wrote here, we, like, meaning like the millennial generation, we will be the ones to expose you. For nothing can hide from the Pluto in Scorpio generation. When Pluto will be transiting Aquarius, it will be sitting in a square to all of us millennials, Pluto, who have Pluto in Scorpio, which is the penetrating detective who can see into the mysteries, into the hidden, and expose what's there, and then alchemize it so that it can be reborn. So I wrote here that while Pluto transits through Aquarius, all of the triggers come from us. All of the triggers of transformation, all of the triggers of exposing what was hidden really do come from the Pluto and Scorpio generation. And we've been preparing for this shit for our entire lives. Oh my god, there's so many notes. We're never going to get through all this stuff, you guys. Okay, so on December 13th was the official day. I think someone said this in the, oh yeah, Tosca said this. Yeah. On December 13th was the official announcement of the nuclear fusion, which, like I said before, happened at Lawrence Livermore Laboratory, which is in California. So the wormhole announcement was on around November 30th. That's when they announced it. I can't figure out when they actually did it, but the wormhole announcement was at the end of November, right before the moon that was aligned with Pasadena and Caltech. And they observed a wormhole through the simulation made by a quantum computer. So it's a simulated wormhole. And then the Lawrence Livermore Laboratory created the first ever nuclear fusion. We were going to go off on a whole tip, and I was going to read this whole chapter from this book that I ironically was reading during the spring and summer rituals. It's about like polar symbolism and like Nazi mythos and like occult orders and all kinds of stuff. And I read like the whole book except for the last chapter. And then it sat there and abandoned for a long time while I read a whole bunch of other books. And then I revisited it during the pole star alignment, and I read the last chapter. And they reference a lot of French, like fiction books that are based around like Nazi survival mythos, like, you know, Antarctica and these like advancements of technology and like the concept that, you know, they didn't really lose the war and that they're like controlling from the hidden parts of our society. And in that last chapter, they talk about how the Black Order, the scientists of the Black Order, were working to try to flip the poles. And that they were working to try to flip the poles and cause, and this is fiction, but, you know, fiction that's supposedly supposed to be rooted in some sort of, like, conspiratorial truth, right? But that they were working to try to flip the poles and cause a pole shift. And that the way that they were going to do this was through atomic fusion. Which was obviously what they would have to do before nuclear. You know, they weren't really working for the nuclear stuff yet. But then by creating a sustained atomic or nuclear fusion, that this could cause such a disturbance in the magnetic field that it literally causes a pole shift. It causes the poles to flip, or it causes a shift in the poles. During this time, we also had announcements that the poles had shifted and that now it's in Siberia. We also later, and I have some slides on it, had announcements about the core of the Earth slowing down and reversing, which I guess isn't necessarily technically all accurate, but this is what a lot of the mainstream news sources were attempting to report on, is this concept of reversal, this concept of flipping. And apparently nuclear fusion is how the Nazi scientists thought that they could flip the poles, which is, you know what? Hitler was like trying to do with a lot of his occultism. He was taking these deeply esoteric concepts and symbols and flipping them so that they would mean the opposite. You know, a lot of ancient mythologies, including the ones that the Nazis subscribed to, like Hyperborea or Ultimate Thule, which are both these like northern paradises, spoke of the North Pole and the northern pole star. Yet the Nazis were very obsessed with the South Pole and Antarctica. It's like they were trying to kind of like flip everything on its head. Okay, so I said here, this is being used as a ritual. This fusion, the wormhole, all of it. It's being used as a sex magic ritual. It's a ritual of union. But union with what? An awful lot of AI in the headlines at the same time. It really makes you think. Caltech is riddled with occultists. This is Pasadena in general. Pasadena is where Hitler got all of his ideas from. All of the different eugenics cults originated around Pasadena. There's lots of different mystery school strains, from the Rosicrucians to the Theosophical Society to Crowley's OTO. Lots of different occult orders have like origin points in Pasadena. And it's completely riddled with occultists. So Caltech is riddled with occultists. It's 100% being used as a spell. It's scientific sex magic. That's what fusion is. Two particles uniting into one. It's the union of opposites and the creation of energy that transpires through such union. And we'll talk more about this later, but the union and then that creation of energy would be the child, right? That's created through that alchemical union. And yeah, they all have like the same board of trustees as each other. And both of them are actually funded by the feds. At first, I thought that just Lawrence Livermore was a federal funded lab, but no, they both are. They both are funded by the feds and the government and DARPA. Okay. So I was reading this book mostly because I have a lot of like personal synchronicities with a lot of these weird fucking occultists. I feel like I have a lot of like past life karma tied to a lot of this shit, and so I feel the need to like rewrite it in some way. And so I've been diving into like Jack Parsons, and I read up on everybody. And while I was supposed to be doing so many other things, I just kept revisiting this book. That's the only thing I wanted to do was read this freaking book. And at the time, I still, like, I know, like, we're talking about Caltech, and, you know, the Jet Propulsion's laboratory is responsible for the HARP experiments that happen a couple of days later. And, you know, this dude, you know, he studied around there in, like, the 40s and the 50s. Dude's dead. Like, he's not really involved in any of the modern shenanigans, but he's such a occult archetypal figure that his likeness and his occult endeavors seem to be very much being used right now for this specific ritual, and we'll touch on that later. At this time, I hadn't even come to this conclusion yet, but good book. It's a good book so far. But it's not super detailed on like dates. Like, I need dates so I can pull charts. Like, people who write biographies, they need to, like, I need a fucking exact date, please. Not just a year or a month. So on the exact day, you guys, that the sun was aligning with the pole star and the galactic center activating the axis mundi, which is this like polar pillar, this world tree that is seen in like all of these ancient mythologies. very strongly tied to polar symbolism and the axis of the earth. During that time, the New York Times posted this crossword puzzle. Like, how many people had to approve this to get this into the paper? It was on the first night of Hanukkah, and they posted this crossword puzzle. Like, tell me that wasn't on purpose. This is supposedly this ancient symbol that represents that spinning around this alignment. The sun is aligning with that point of the sky. And the New York Times posts this crossword puzzle. And it just so happens to be the night of Hanukkah. We saw a lot of like World War II, Nazi, Jewish, archetypal expressions bubble up over these 2 months. A lot of it came from like Kanye and shit like that, obviously. But we see it coming from the New York Times. We see it coming from that CEO convention in Thailand. Like, this symbol was showing itself more than normal. And it happened to align around the alignments with the pole star, which I do not think is a coincidence. I think it just shows how the Nazi survival mythos is rooted in some sort of truth. Like, I mean, we know they survived because we took all of them and welcomed them as our own, and Russia did the same fucking thing. Plus, there's all the ones that escaped to Argentina and Brazil and other places in South America. So they're fucking everywhere. Here's Tucker. Yes, the CIA killed President Kennedy. Your government is a lie. Okay, bro. But yeah, he did. But he's also just making like really bold statements. And everybody's, cheering him on. Like, you look at Tucker saying the hard stuff. It's like, okay, people, again, with the whole controlled opposition thing. It's like once somebody's saying what you want to hear, then you just like jump in all the way. It's like, okay, Tucker Carlson is on Fox News. Fox is owned by Disney, okay? I mean, everything's owned by Disney, but Fox is particularly owned by Disney. He's only saying that because it fits their narrative right now. But this is definitely part of the American Illuminati Pluto Return shenanigans and the bubbling up and the exposing of that which is hidden. I personally think this is a ploy. So if I was an occultist and I knew that I was coming up on a Pluto return and of the country that I'm trying to control, or of the elite esoteric order that I'm a member of. If Pluto, the planet that exposes that which is hidden, has a death and rebirth process about it, is coming around to hit my Pluto, I would attempt to take preemptive action and make it look like things are being exposed. Take preemptive action when it comes to the death of one order and the birth of another order. You always want to try to work with the archetypal energy so it doesn't just manifest out of nowhere and you have no control over the narrative. This is why we follow astrology. This is why I break down moons, I break down transits, I tell you what's going to come, I tell you what to, how to navigate the month ahead, so that things don't just manifest out of nowhere, and also so that you expect things that are coming. They have been expecting this, and so this like releasing of information is orchestrated. It's to prevent the blowback of the information that's just raring to release, and it's also a distraction from the information that is coming out, much like the Andrew Tate bullshit was a distraction for the information that came out about JP Morgan Chase's connection to the whole Epstein fiasco. And there was other things that I was distracting us from too, but I have slides for that, so we'll get there. So this is the World Cup, and look who's there. It's Elon Musk, right alongside Jared Kushner, who used to own 666 Manhattan Boulevard, by the way. Definitely rooted in the mystery school symbolic realm. I don't think he's like a playing member. I think he's more like a pawn. He's being used. But he's definitely rooted in that in some way, probably through his family. I don't really know much about Jared Kushner other than his connection to Trump. But it's interesting that he was there, Elon Musk, at the World Cup, considering this connection with these symbols, the releasing of the announcements for Neuralink for the next 6 months. Those of you who are Patreon members who follow along with my moon journeys, with my moon videos, you know that we manifest in 6-month intervals, right? We initiate something at a new moon, we set an intention, like him announcing 6 months from now, we're going to start human trials and I'm going to stick this brain chip in a human. And then we set that intention, and then 6 months from now, things manifest. This is a manifestation spell. He wanted to make sure he was there for it. The connection to the 8 also speaks to the 8th sphere and the work of Rudolf Steiner and the incarnation of Ahriman, which is the incarnation of this like AI force, which is just another name for the beast, right? Okay, what time is that? 12:33. Definitely join Patreon and come and check out this thread. Me and Flora, we went so many different places with this. I really wish that I could break down all of the World Cup symbolism for you, but it is definitely tied to this like divine masculine inversion of the divine masculine, and this sort of inversion of the Messiah figure. But yeah, if you're looking for it over on Discord, it's under the More Lionsgate Shit thread. And you can go and search up at the top by like date. And you can search like, let's say for like some date in November. And you can then scroll from everything from that date onward. So it's cool. You can search by word too, like keyword, and you can find where anything was on any of the. This is where I was going to put the rest of the rabbit hole for this, but then I didn't get around to it. Okay, we're gonna finish December, and then when we get to January, we'll cut off and we'll do a second part this weekend. We'll do it, I think Saturday. Let me just make sure I don't have a session. And we'll tie up the rest of this rabbit hole. What is today? No, I don't have a session on Saturday. Yeah, we'll do it Saturday. We'll do the rest Saturday. Okay. So, a lot of other things were going down. And it's so funny how I find the answers for it like right after. Okay, so I post this. This was announced in the UK that they wanted all of the households in the United Kingdom to switch off their Christmas tree lights on December 21st, which is the solstice, right? It's the winter solstice. Every night is being asked to take part on Wednesday, the winter solstice, to turn off their lights all at the same time. I forgot what, it was like 8 o'clock or something too. So the 8 was there. I don't see it here, but yeah, I think it was like 8 o'clock. And they wanted everybody to turn on their, what time? Was it no time? Display added. Oh, see, they wanted everybody to do it at an exact time, at the exact same time on Wednesday, December 21st. And I think it was 8 p.m. So they wanted everybody on the solstice, a couple of days before Christmas, to turn off their lights. Why? Why would they want us to do this? Well, I wrote here, this is obviously a ritual. You guys know I think everything's a fucking ritual. This is the solstice. This is the darkest night. This is symbolic as fuck. If you do this, you will unwittingly be lending your energy to their winter solstice rituals. This is the darkest night and the rebirth of the light. And the light is always celebrated during this time. And like right after I posted this, like literally, you guys look, this was 4:13 p.m. At this time, I was probably already sitting there in my bed with a stack of books that I was planning on reading and referencing for the upcoming video. And I was probably getting distracted on Instagram, and I seen this post and I made this fucking note, and then I was like, okay, snap out of it, get back to work. And I open up this book, and it's a book on the high holidays. This one is about Yule, the winter solstice. And it literally says here that the solstice is associated with virgin births, decorated trees, festive lights, feasting, wreaths, bells, and fragrant fires were and still are at the heart of these midwinter observances. When the wheel of the year brings us to Yule, the god who died at Samhain is reborn of the virgin goddess. So it's literally about this birth of the child, which is what you'll see a lot of this ritual, I think they're leaning into here, the second half that we'll dive into it on Saturday. But it says here that today it is still custom in Ireland and Norway to leave all the lights on, burning all through the house on Yule night, not only lure back the sun, but also to honor the virgin goddess who gives him birth. So our ancient ancestors turned all the fucking lights on in order to honor the light and the rebirth of the light, and they want you to do the fucking opposite because they're literally trying to flip the script. And you guys, I literally like opened this book an hour later and I read that right after seeing this. Like, I can't help but be in the rabbit hole. I like live in it everywhere I look. So if you do this, you will literally be turning off your axis mundi, your world tree, your alignment with that polar pillar, with that pole star, with that middle path, with your connection to both the darkest night and the return of the light, with both sides of the story. And like a hive mind, everybody will follow the orders of the elite wizards who think they govern you. And a lot of people probably did this. For like climate change or to save the grid or whatever it is they convinced people it was for. Just a reminder that we only have the word conspiracy theorist because of the assassination of Kennedy, which I think is fucking hilarious that is tied to the Pluto return of the Freemasons. Like literally, the Pluto return of the Freemasons gave birth to the realm of conspiracy and conspiracy theory. Not the realm of conspiracy, because conspiracy is just people conspiring, but the realm of theorizing that there is a organization of people who are working behind the scenes to control the fucking narrative. And we only have the assassination of Kennedy to thank for this, which I think is fucking hilarious. Okay, so on the solstice, this fucking guy came to America and met with our president on the exact day of the winter solstice. So they announced on the 20th, the day before the solstice, that Voldemort, I always call him Voldemort, Vladimir Zelensky will, did I say his name right? Whatever. Will reportedly visit Washington, D.C. on the 21st, the 21st being the solstice. Like, that's the day you choose? You know, not the day before, not the day after, not the month before, not the month after. The winter solstice. That's the day that you're going to come here? Okay, seems ritualistic to me. And it definitely is. I mean, look at what he's wearing. You're going to come... You're not in the trenches, bro. Like, what What are you wearing? Put on a suit. You're meeting the president of the United States, or at least his clone. I'm just kidding. You know, like, what even is this? And it's because he's playing a part, he's playing an archetype, he's manifesting an image in our mind, that of the soldier, that of the trenches, that of war. And he's dressed like freaking G.I. Joe. But he's an actor. He's literally an actor. He's an actor who played the president of Ukraine on TV. And now he's playing the president of Ukraine on the world stage. But they also gave him a ton of money as well at that same time. So it was a huge, when was exact date was that Capricorn? I think it was the 23rd. 23rd, yeah. So this was 2 days before the Capricorn new moon, which has a lot to do with finances, and we see that they do another big money push on that day as well. And he addressed Congress, and he did all kinds of stuff, all on the solstice, and he got his ass grabbed by our handsy president who just can't keep his hands to himself, all in front of the Washington Monument obelisk phallic symbol. So I have said this a million times in the past, that they have been tying big World War III moves to previous transits of the Pluto return. The first pass of America's Pluto return was literally when Russia invaded Ukraine. And I can see that the plan is still fully in swing. This is still in the midst of America's Pluto return. This moment was like sandwiched right between America's Pluto return and the Illuminati's Pluto return. America's isn't for another couple of days. This is right before it. America's is on the 28th. So this is a couple of days before it. This is the first time that he traveled outside of Russia since the invasion. The first time he traveled outside of Russia publicly, and they chose the winter solstice for this. Nobody can convince me that this wasn't a carefully scripted ritual. There's absolutely no way. There's no way that was just like willy-nilly picked by somebody. No fucking way. And at the same time, Russia is warning us that there will be consequences if we supply these Patriot missile system to Ukraine, which we did end up doing anyway. And so at the same time as our president is playing grab ass with this guy in front of this phallic symbol, giving him tons of money and giant weapons on the solstice, Putin is making some announcements of his own. Now, yet again, this is an orchestrated announcement. This is something that Putin himself, Russia himself, actually announced like months prior. You can read about this like Satan II missile, nuclear missile. So Putin names his nuclear missile Satan II. And everybody started posting about it the day after Zelensky came to the U.S. All the mainstream news sources were posting about this, like Putin just made this announcement. But when you read about it, like this was like months ago. But all of the news sources started reporting about it like he just announced it. That's how you can tell it's being used as an archetype. That's how you can tell it's being used as a player in this play, because it needs to bubble up into the collective psyche at this time in order to fit their narrative. But this doesn't surprise me. I've said it before and I'll say it again. We're in a massive ritual. This is ground zero of a deeply spiritual war. And I said also, who's Satan won? Probably actual Satan, right? So there is this like deep spiritual war, and we have these seemingly opposing forces that unwittingly are working together on some sort of level. Plus, we have the people in the middle who have the opportunity to reclaim their power and sovereignty through ultimate alchemy and realizing that neither one of these opposing forces, the left, the right, Democrats, Republicans, whatever sort of fucking stream they come from, none of them have our best interests in mind, right? Elon Musk's version for the New World Order is not going to be any better than fucking the WEF's version of the New World Order, right? Putin has his version of it, you know what I mean? China has their version of it. Everybody has their idea of it, and none of them have humanity's best interest in mind. It will require us to step into our power over this next stretch of Pluto through Aquarius, which will be from March 23rd until 2055. So we'll have time to step into that power. We're definitely going to have to watch out for technology during that time, because that is where the control will be coming from. So yeah, everybody was reporting on it. Everybody from Fox to the New York Post, like literally everybody at the same time was reporting that Satan 2, Russia's new nuclear weapon is called Satan 2, blah, blah, blah. It's like, yeah, we know. He said that a while ago. You can read about it on Wikipedia. It was not a new announcement from Satan. It was not a new announcement from Satan. It was not a new announcement from Putin. It was a new announcement from our mainstream media because it fits their narrative right now. So I thought I would see at the time, where's the Russia asteroid? What's happening with Russia right now at the time that they're announcing the Satan 2 on December 22nd, 2022. It's my niece's birthday. And I said here, well, shit, what do you know? The asteroid Russia is conjunct the Capricorn sun and tomorrow's new moon, Capricorn new moon, which is on the 23rd. This is the seeding of a new 6-month story that will culminate around the summer solstice. So the Russia and this Satan 2 and this energy was all sitting on top of this new moon that seeded something into existence on December 23rd that will culminate 6 months later at the summer solstice. So we can keep an eye on this Russian narrative. We're not going to get away from it anytime soon. The asteroid Ukraine is opposing Jupiter, which just moved into Aries at this time, and it's creating a 10th T-square at the moment of this announcement. So that's fun. And this happened the second that Capricorn season started. So, of course, this announcement happened at the start of Capricorn season because it's a ritual and that's how you do it. Capricorn is associated with the devil, with this concept of Satan, because it is ruled by Saturn and it is associated with the devil card in the tarot and the devil archetype. It's a similar configuration to where they were when the ritual kicked off, but in different signs. But they're in different signs, and this is what we talked about in the last video, the Russia rockets and rituals video. So we can see how they're like kind of dancing around the sky together, making different connections. I find it not at all surprising that this Satan 2 announcement hits the headlines as Jupiter moves into Aries in a square to the Capricorn sun, Capricorn governing the devil, and tomorrow's new moon. Like I said, it's a manifestation, it's an initiation. And I realized at the same time that I was seeing like a lot of talk about celebrities or rappers selling their soul to Satan, and making contracts with the devil. Like a lot of these videos were I'm not even on TikTok. I will never make a TikTok. Over my fucking dead body will I ever make a fucking TikTok or a Twitter. If I was on Twitter, I would just be arguing with people all day. I'm not made for Twitter. People like retweeting and oh my god, no. I would be there. It would consume me. And TikTok, I fucking cannot deal with that. You guys probably are like me since you've listened to me talk for hours on end now. When I go to YouTube, I go to the search and bar or whatever, I type in what I want to watch, whatever topic, and then I go to the filters and I go and I make it so that it's only videos that are over 20 minutes long, because I'm a firm believer that if you cannot talk about something for more than 20 minutes, you don't know anything about it. So these small little videos on fucking TikTok drive me crazy, plus the dancing and the repeated sounds. It's literally exercise. It's literally a mind control exercise in hive mind programming. Literally repeated sounds, repeated actions, everybody doing the same thing, everybody lip syncing. It's not even your real voice, it's not even your real face because of the filters. It's too much for me. But the TikTok videos, people screenshot them and they end up over on Instagram and I see them. And my Instagram feed has been flooded during this time, this Satan 2 time, with all of these different videos about rappers and other celebrities, quote, selling their souls to Satan. It's almost like the topic hit the mainstream on TikTok or something this week. And I asked you guys, have you seen this too? And 62% of you were like, yeah, actually I have seen this. And 38% of you were like, no, I don't know what you're talking about. And so I started looking up hashtags and stuff over on TikTok, and you can see that a lot of these hashtags are getting a lot of views, multiple million views. There's lots of hashtags about it. It's even considered a trend, a TikTok trend. How to sell your soul, stories about people selling your soul, and this trend to do it. Apparently the movement is so big in Russia that this is a website that's literally ran by the Russian government, and even they are there's such a rise in this, and people are paying different practitioners to sacrifice a goat and do all this weird candle magic and stuff like that supposedly makes a pact with the devil, and then now you'll become famous or rich or whatever it may be. I've never seen this little alert before, but I got this one for posting this because this story contains a link from a publisher that Instagram believes may be partially or completely under the editorial control of the Russian government. Yeah, it's definitely, this website is completely ran by the Russian government. And they're yo, there's so many people over here in Russia fucking selling their souls to Satan, and we're going to write a fucking entire article about it. I had some more screenshots of the hashtags, and how there's all of these different ones, I sold my soul to Satan, selling your soul to Satan, how to sell your soul to Satan, and how they have millions and millions and millions of views. I also looked at the Google search trends, and it's rising. It's definitely rising in the ranks. People are exploring the concept of selling their soul to Satan, which is fun for them, I guess. What is this? Some of these may have gotten out of order. So the asteroid Russia, which was conjunct the sun and the moon at the Capricorn moon, the asteroid Russia will also transit over all of these Capricorn planets during Capricorn season, including Mercury retrograde, which will transit over it. I just said we haven't heard the last from Russia. Expect to hear more from this narrative through the end of this month into next year, but like really for like a long time. This was the exact day of the Capricorn new moon. Capricorn governs money, finances, particularly of the government. And on this day, Congress voted to pass a $1.7 trillion government spending bill that includes $858 billion for national defense, war, $45 billion in aid to Ukraine, also war, and funding to prosecute the January 6th rioters. And they're also trying to ban TikTok on government devices. We see this rise of like AI art, AI chats, open AI, brain interface, and then this push of apparently fake accounts. It was literally like this invasion of people who don't exist into Facebook and Instagram and all kinds of things, which literally this is an AI generated face. Like this is a picture of a dude that totally doesn't exist because a fucking algorithm made this picture. And so there's now all of these like fake Facebook accounts that are literally AI generated profiles. Like we're literally being invaded by artificial intelligence that is like, what's the word I'm looking for? We're being invaded by artificial intelligence that's like wearing the mask of a human face. Like it's pretending to be humanoid. It's incarnating into the human vessel, which is ultimately what I feel like this ritual is trying to manifest, is the incarnation or the merging of man with machine. Okay, we're gonna end here, and we'll finish. Okay, we're about halfway through. We're gonna end here because I don't want to rush through this, and I have a whole thread on this movie that was also released on the new moon, 2 days away from solstice, and then we're gonna like start to dive into like this like concept of Babylon, the horror Babylon, the Babylon workings by Jack Parson and L. Ron Hubbard, and we're gonna go from there. So we're gonna cut it off here for tonight. It's 1:00 in the morning, and we will pick this back up on Saturday. I already have all the slides made, so it's like no more work for me. Just come and talk to you guys. There's still a lot of you guys here. I do want to kind of keep going. There's still 16 of you guys here, but I want to give this the time that it deserves. So we'll come back. There's still so much. We haven't even gotten to the end of December. We're right around the solstice, a couple days after the solstice. This is the Capricorn new moon on the 23rd, 2 days after the solstice. So, and then they started doing the HARP experiments after this. Yeah, I want to give this some time, and I feel like if I keep going, I will rush it. So we will do part 2 of this. You guys, this is something I'm going to start doing. So I'm not going to let it build up like 2 months of fucking shenanigans and then come and do it. But I've decided, since they are censoring me so fucking much on everywhere I go, I'm going to try to outsmart the system. So like, all right, you don't want to show people my stories? I'm going to do multiple hour live streams where I explain it even more in depth and then tie together all of them. So I'm going to start doing these once a month. I'm going to, collect all my tidbits of information, and then we'll just come do videos called The Rabbit Hole. Now, I have a whole like narrative for this one where I feel like I found like a purpose for like all of the shenanigans going down. That may not necessarily always be the case. We may just be pointing out like random different symbolic references, but I'm gonna start like collecting like a month's worth of insights into more of like the rabbit hole as opposed to astrology. We'll still do the astrology videos, and then we'll come and do this where it's just my stories and whatever. It's censored everywhere else. So yeah. All right. It's officially 1 o'clock in the morning on the dot. So I'm going to call it a day. Thank you guys for being here. We will, my hair, I took it out of braids and it looks really crazy. I usually wear it up because my hair is like a nightmare. We will meet Saturday night at 9 o'clock and we'll dive back in. I might do it on Sunday. I'm gonna ask my kids what they want to do, because whatever night it is, they're gonna have to go to bed early. Sunday might be better because it's a school night and they have to wake up early either way. So it'll either be Saturday or Sunday, but we will finish this and we will tie everything all together. A lot of this all ties back to like the archetypal influence that was coming through the summer rituals as well. Like things tie back to CERN, things tie back to Stranger Things, to things tie back to like all of the things coming through the summer rituals and then coming through this one too. You can see how they're mirrors of each other, which is how the seasons are. Oh, it's okay. I'm used to being censored. That's how you know you're like on to something that matters. You know what I mean? I mean, there's like, you know, Alex Jones and stuff. He's a little far out there and, you know, he might be censored for other different reasons. While of course some of the things he says are totally valid. It's also like a little insightful, you know, and whatnot. But then there's people like, you know, me. I'm just a pattern recognition, you know. I don't know. My mind just sees things and I'm like, this is fucking connected somehow. But like really, everything is connected. I have a like note thread in my note section on my phone that I wrote some night at like 3 a.m. and it's going to, my hair looks insane, you guys, oh my gosh. And it's going to be like a post at some point, but it's something along the lines of, you know, when you're in the rabbit hole and like everything starts connecting and then it hits you like, duh, of course everything is connected because everything is connected. Like, everything is one with everything else. So like everything is literally connected to each other. That's like the key message that comes through any sort of spiritual awakening, is that everything's connected. It's all connected. We're all one. And so when you're in the rabbit hole and you're in the fuckery and it all starts to connect to each other, of course it does, because everything is connected. They're not individual, just like we aren't like individual people, we are part of a collective psyche. Like, these events are not individual in origin. Like, we're going to dive into, in this second part of this video, we're going to dive into this whole, what I'm calling a retro rabbit hole that I fell into all about 1985, which of course is the year that Stranger Things takes place in. It's connected to like the Challenger and these other space rituals and all this stuff. So we're gonna go a bunch of places. But I will see you guys on Saturday at 9 o'clock and we will finish this and then we'll catch up and then we'll do more videos like this in the future. You guys really like these, which I think is really cool because I like this shit. Like, I see this stuff all the time. And normally I'll just tell Eddie and he'll be like, okay, like, all right, like, you know, or like my friends, you know what I mean? Like, I'll tell Amanda and I had a whole random rabbit hole that was sparked by the flock of seagulls. Like, and it sent us down this entire complete rabbit hole. Oh my gosh, that's a good one too. We should have pulled that one into this, but it's more of a personal rabbit hole. But all right, guys, I'll see you on Saturday. Have a good night, and we'll talk later. Bye.